social roots. This historical admission shows that the idea of a quick strike to change the system has a long history. Yet experience has repeatedly shown that during critical moments, Iranian society tends to move toward greater cohesion. During the 2025 war, one notable aspect was the use of drone operations launched from inside Iranian territory. Scott Ritter, a former intelligence officer in the U.S. Marine Corps, stated about those operations that such an attack would require at least 10 years of planning and preparation. His statement suggests that the focus of the United States and Israel on internal instability in Iran is not a short-term project, but part of a long-term strategy. For this reason, in the current round of aggression, Iran has tried to prevent the simultaneous occurrence of external pressure and internal unrest. A broader presence of security forces and popular mobilization units has helped prevent that dangerous simultaneity from emerging. After the failure of a rapid strike scenario, the new U.S.-Israeli strategy appears to focus on gradual attrition. This strategy includes several main components: creating a gap between the public and the government through psychological warfare, targeting administrative and communication centers to disrupt the chain of command, damaging defense industries to prevent the rebuilding of missile stockpiles, and increasing economic pressure in order to turn a sanctions economy into a wartime economy. In response, Iran has pursued several key approaches. First, maintaining pressure on Israel. The goal is to create psychological and economic strain on the settler population and increase the regime's security costs. Second, targeting U.S. military bases in the region, an action intended to reduce Washington's operational role and raise the cost of its military presence. Third, the use of the energy lever and the strategic position of the Strait of Hormuz. Rising oil prices can directly affect inflation indicators in the United States. Economic analysts believe that every 10% increase in oil prices can generate significant inflationary pressure and complicate plans to lower interest rates. Fourth, the depletion of interceptor stockpiles. Wave-based and carefully timed attacks can gradually reduce the enemy's supply of interceptor missiles. And fifth, the threat to U.S. naval forces. If larger American vessels were to be struck, the reputational and strategic consequences. The war began on Saturday with an attack on a girls' elementary school in Minab in southern Iran, an attack that resulted in the deaths of nearly 200 innocent schoolgirls. Less than 1 hour later, Iran's armed forces responded to the attack. In the first stage of retaliation, U.S. bases in the region and Israeli military and security centers in the heart of the occupied territories were targeted. Then the American FB-132 radar system, with a range of 5,000 kilometers and stationed in Qatar, was struck by Iranian missiles. In the following waves of attacks, several key Israeli targets were hit, including the Israeli naval base in the port of Haifa, the regime's warship anchorage in the same port, the Ramat David Air Base, Israel's Ministry of War in the Hakiria district, the Beit Shemesh Military Industrial Complex, and the Ashdod Military Industries Center. Later, several U.S. naval bases were also struck, including the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln, which withdrew from the area afterward. At the same time, Iranian air defense systems shot down several American fighter jets and dozens of advanced Israeli and American drones. By targeting the THAAD radar system in Al Ruwais in the United Arab Emirates, Iran also significantly disrupted the U.S. missile defense network in the region. Beyond these developments, the control and closure of the strategic Strait of Hormuz has caused an immediate surge in global oil prices. All of these events took place within the first few days of the war. On the fifth day of the conflict, more than 40 missiles were launched by the IRGC Air Space Force toward American and Israeli targets, destroying bases, systems, and military equipment. On the same day, drone operations conducted by Iran's ground, naval, and air forces from different parts of the country targeted U.S. bases in Kuwait and Bahrain, as well as designated targets in the occupied territories. At the same time, bases and headquarters of Kurdish terrorist groups and anti-government armed factions were struck by 3 missiles launched by the missile units of the IRGC ground forces. The attacks resulted in casualties and injuries among the terrorists. To better understand the strategic context, it's important to recall the experience of the 1980s. During that decade, Iran faced an 8-year war in which Baghdad received extensive support from Western and regional powers. Many researchers believe that the outbreak of that war was encouraged by an indirect green light from Washington. Nevertheless, Iran managed to endure that period and preserve its political structure. That historical experience continues to shape Tehran's strategic calculations today. It has shown that passing through a phase of maximum pressure, although extremely costly, is still possible.
Dear viewers, welcome to the Israeli Watch. Hebrew commentators have noted that Iran has not backed down and is imposing conditions to end the war, while also addressing Tehran's ties with certain Persian Gulf Arab countries which appear to be on a downward trajectory. Local officials, meanwhile, voiced heavy criticism of the government, effectively accusing it of negligence on the northern front with Lebanon. We will discuss these topics and way more with Dr. Mohsen Saleh joining us here in the studio. Hello and welcome, Dr. Mohsen. You're the president of International Association of Political Experts. Thank you for joining us.
Greetings to you. Thank you for having me. Thanks for the audiences also who are following and watching your TV.
The vast damage caused by Iranian missiles that struck the Dimona area in response to the Zionist attack on the Natanz nuclear facility garnered widespread attention. Let's watch.
האיראנים מנסים באופן מוגבר לפגוע בדימונה עם מה שהם חושבים שיש שם, לטענתם כדי לאזן את התקיפות על מתקני הגרעין באיראן ובמיוחד בנתנז, והערב הזה פגיעה קשה של כנראה טיל בליסטי עם 0.5 טון החומר נפץ. כפי שאנחנו רואים, מערך ההגנה האווירית של חיל האוויר מנסה ליירט עם מספר משגרים, עם מספר טילים, מנסה ליירט את הטיל האיראני. כנראה גם יש איזושהי פגיעה בטיל האיראני, אבל הטיל ממשיך במעופו, פוגע בשכונת מגורים בדימונה, ואת רואה את התוצאה הקשה.
זאת הטיל פוגע, לא שבר של הטיל, לא חלק.
זה נראה כמו פגיעה ישירה של טיל. זה החשד כרגע בפיקוד העורף ובחיל האוויר. אלוף פיקוד העורף, אלוף שי קלפר, בדרכו לשם לתחקר את זה אישית. מגן דוד אדום אומר שנכון לשעה הזו יש לנו 23 פצועים באתר הפגיעה בדימונה, בהם 2 פצועים במצב בינוני, ילד בן 10 ואישה בת 30, ועוד כמובן יותר מ-20 נפגעים במצב קל, ואנחנו רואים את התוצאות שם. במקביל צה"ל מדווח בדקות האחרונות על תקיפה של חיל האוויר, על אתר מחקר ופיתוח של הפרויקט הגרעיני האיראני, אתר אסטרטגי שמשמש אותם לפיתוח רכיבים לייצור נשק גרעיני. אנחנו רואים פה את תצלום האוויר של האתר, אתר שקוראים לו מלק אשטר. הוא שימש את התעשיות הצבאיות של האיראנים בכל מה שקשור לחלום שלהם לרוץ לעבר הפצצה ולהתבסס עם הידע הגרעיני. כאמור, האיראנים מנסים לאזן את זה עם ההתמקדות שלהם בדימונה.
To begin with, Dr. Mohsen, do you think that the accuracy of Iranian missile strikes on the Dimona area and other areas and the heavy losses that these missiles actually targeted could push the war into another phase?
Well, to begin with, that the Iranians are retaliating or trying to deter the Israeli-American aggression against Iran, also under the basis, under this rule that the eye for the eye, or negating the Israeli understanding of hitting and go. No, this time with Iran, everything has its calculation precisely and without hesitation.
Yes.
Iran, when they struck Dimona, they are warning the Israelis and the Americans that their missiles can reach Dimona centrifuge, the nuclear site. And also, if they hit one of these buildings or other around this Dimona centrifuge, I guess the Iranians have hit precisely, and it seems that they are hitting with the pre-understanding of the losses in the Israelis, and it's that the Iranians could really hit with losses, great losses. They are wanting to do that for the Israelis to feel that the Iranians are serious, and they have the capability, and they have the skill, and they have this logarithmic understanding of the Israeli bases and centers that they hit, and they make them harmed by these attacks.
Okay.
Iran is, in terms of viewing the whole battle, that Iran is knowing what kind of retaliation they are doing, gradually, steadily hitting the places precisely they want, yes, precisely, and also in terms of strategic way of going into the ladder gradually to make the Israelis feel that they have been connected themselves to the American aggression and to the Israeli. Anyhow, Netanyahu dragged Trump into this web, and the Iranians are waiting for them. That's what Sayyid Aragji said. We are waiting for them in all aspects of the war.
Okay, and that's why Iran is not retreating and is conducting an intense counter-escalation campaign. 3 weeks into the US-Israeli war on the Islamic Republic, Tehran also appeared to have gone as far as to set its own conditions for ending this war. Let's watch.
נכון, ונאמר שלמרות המכות הכל כך קשות שאיראן סופגת כבר 3 שבועות, צריך לומר, מישראל ומהאמריקאים, ההתנהלות שלה ביממה האחרונה מלמדת אותנו כמה דברים, דני. היא לא ממצמצת, היא מרגישה חזקה, היא מגבירה את האימור, והיא מתחילה, הייתי אומר, בסוג של מיני אדמה חרוכה, מיני עדיין, במזרח התיכון. עכשיו שים לב, כשישראל אתמול תוקפת את אותו שדה גז, פארס דרום, באיראן היא בעצם מעבירה מסר, והמסר היה ברור, א', תרפו ממיצרי הורמוז, ו2, ייצרו את מלחמת האנרגיה כפי שהגדרת אותה. אבל לא רק שאיראן לא מרפה, אלא אנחנו רואים שביממה האחרונה היא תוקפת באופן באמת חסר תקדים תשתיות אנרגיה ובתי סיקוק, שים לב, בקטר פעמיים חשובים, בסעודיה, בכווית, באיחוד האמירויות, ואנחנו רואים גם בארץ, אם כי בארץ זה באמת שבר ולא מעבר לזה. עכשיו במקביל לאיראנים ממשיכים לאיים, ואומרים בפעם הבאה אנחנו נשמיד את כל תשתיות האנרגיה, כך הם אומרים דני, של ארצות הברית ובעלי בריתה, כלומר במילים אחרות, בכל המזרח התיכון מאיימים להבעיר את זה. עכשיו, שים לב, הם מגבירים את גובה האימור, והם נותנים את התנאים להפסקת מלחמה, ובואו נראה את זה באמת על המסך. ראשית, האיראנים דורשים פיצויים מישראל וארצות הברית, גם המלחמה אגב הקודמת. הם דורשים יציאה של הכוחות האמריקאים מהמזרח התיכון, בפרט מהמפרץ. ערבויות שזו המערכה האחרונה, כלומר זה לא סבב נוסף, ויותר מזה, האיראנים מקדמים אגרות מס, שימוש במיצרי הורמוז, עבור מעבר בטוח, אם תרצה סוג של פרוטקשן. די מדהים לראות את ההתנהלות האיראנית בהקשר הזה. אולי זה מתחיל לעבוד, אני לא יודע, שים לב דברים שאומר הערב ראש ממשלת קטר, הוא אומר חייבים להפסיק את המלחמה באופן מיידי, וזה אגב מתרחש בניגוד לעמדה של סעודיה ואיחוד האמירויות, שבשקט בשקט דוחקות בטראמפ להמשיך ולכתוש את האיראן.
Do you think that Iran's condition for ending the war that we just heard will be met?
I guess the Americans and the Israelis, they have to respond positively, otherwise they are the losers. Because the Iranians, they meant every word they said in terms of the conditions or preconditions in order to go into ceasefire. And it seems that they have planned and delineated the war according to their agenda, the Iranians. And the Israelis and the Americans, every time they claim that we hit this and we hit that and we finished the missiles and the nuclear and the infrastructure and all these, and that's about the parts oil and gas. Okay. So we are talking about a friend of the peoples in the region has planned in terms of its power, and this power is responding, as I said, gradually. But the Americans and the Israelis, they have hit strongly in order to make Iran surrender or say, well, we accept your conditions. Okay. And that will not happen, and it's not going to happen in the near future. So the Iranians, of course, they will insist on their conditions, and they are continuing. Okay. They have nothing to lose, as they said. Well, Larijani, the martyr Larijani, and now Qarakchi and the president, they are saying that we are continuing until our conditions met with the new mentality of the Americans that they cannot defeat Iran. They cannot defeat Iran. With the peoples of the region, especially the peoples, they have the right to fight. They have the right to fight against colonization, against occupation, the Israeli occupation. The Americans, they have connected themselves to occupation, to something forbidden in terms of the international law.
But is it really likely, Dr. Mohsen, that Saudi Arabia and UAE want this war on Iran to continue?
Well, probably we are having distorted media. Probably, I would say. But I guess they think mistakenly in terms of this issue that Iran can protect the Gulf. But the Americans...
But the UAE has accused Iran of terrorism, Dr. Mohsen.
Of course, they and the Saudis and some other nations and the Bahrainis and probably some of the Kuwaitis. But it's been discerned, it's been proven that Iran can bring security and protectionism to the Gulf. But the Americans, they could not, in spite of this holy power and this strong power and of this sophisticated technology and war affairs and these things. But I guess Iran, in terms of its culture, in terms of its
but
understanding of neighborhood.
But how can Iran bring protection to the Persian Gulf countries? You're highlighting that.
Well, I'd say if you prevent the evildoers from occupying your land and putting bases to attack its neighbors like Iran, or
Yes.
probably next against Turkey or against any other country. Well, you cannot protect yourself if you are bringing, if you are dragging, if you are counting on these powers in order to protect you.
Okay.
Because these powers, the Israelis and the Americans, they are exploiting you. They are using you in order to fight against your neighbor, your historical neighbor. And you are bringing a new neighbor, newcomers, these new collaborators with the American and with the colonization. So how could you be confident and trust these
Yes.
powers? You have to trust the
Okay.
historical neighbor in terms
We
of...
will talk
That's
about
what
this
the
point
Khalfan
exactly.
said.
Yes, we are upcoming to speak about this topic specifically. However, Dr. Mohsen, the U.S.-Israeli aggressive war on Iran has entered a new complex phase, especially after the attack on Pars Field and Iran's response, as one Hebrew media commentator says.
כבר אני חייב לומר לך, מייצר התחלה של אפקט דומינו, זה מה שאנחנו רואים ממש בשעות האחרונות במפרץ ובכלל במזרח התיכון. קודם כל הזכרת את האיומים האיראנים, מי נמצא על המוקד? קטר, סעודיה וכמובן איחוד האמירויות. הן לא יושבות בשקט, הן מפנות מתקנים, שימי לב, הערב, ארמקו, תאגיד הנפט הגדול הסעודי.
שכבר הותקף בעבר בידי איראן.
נכון מאוד, שהותקף כבר בידי איראן, אגב כמה פעמים מפנה שני בתי זיקוק בשתי קצוות המדינה. יותר מזה, כל אחד מהם מייצר 400,000 חביות ביום. המשמעות של זה, יונית, ש800,000 חביות נפט ביום לא ייוצרו אם אכן זה המצב. המשמעות של זה היא עלייה במחירי הנפט. אנחנו מדברים על העובדה שקטר מפנה מתקני נפט טבעי הערב. האיראנים מפסיקים לספק גז טבעי לעיראק, גם זה קורה היום. העיראקים בהפסקות חשמל שם, וזו רק ההתחלה. כל מה שתיארתי לך עכשיו. אגב, דאגה גם באיראן עצמה, חשש מאוד גדול כמובן מהספקת החשמל, יש שם אזרחים מאוד מודאגים מהמצב הכלכלי שלהם. עכשיו, בהנחה שבאמת אותה תקיפת גז הייתה הזהרה ישראלית, אמריקאית לגבי הורמוז, בעצם לאיראנים עכשיו יש בחירה קשה במיוחד. מצד אחד, אם הם מוותרים על הסגירה של הורמוז, הם מוותרים על הקלף הכי משמעותי שלהם, ללחוץ על האמריקאים, תסיימו את המלחמה, מיצרי הורמוז. מצד שני, אם הם לא מוותרים, זה כמעט בבחינת תמות נפשי עם פלישתים. המשמעות של זה שהם חושפים את עצמם להתקפות ישראליות, אמריקאיות דרמטיות על משאבי הנפט והגז של המדינה. ועוד מילה אחת אחרונה, במפרציות מסתכלים על זה חרדים מאוד מהמצב, אבל שימי לב לדברים שאומר בכיר אמירתי היום, דברים מאוד מעניינים. הוא אומר, איראן טעתה כשהיא תקפה אותנו, זה מקרב אותנו, מדינות המפרץ כולנו לישראל, וזה ממחיש כמובן למה אנחנו לא נוכל לקבל את איראן, בטח לא גרעינית, אבל גם לא עם תוכנית טילים, מה שישראל כל כך רצתה ונותרה לבד עד תחילת המלחמה.
Okay, to continue what we were highlighting and also to comment on the report that we just watched, some may argue, Dr. Mohsen, that Iran did a mistake by targeting or by striking Persian Gulf countries. According to what we just heard, they are becoming anti-Iran. What do you think about that?
It's a historical irony that a state, a fake state like UAE, is saying that Iran is committing a great or a big mistake.
Okay.
While the Iranians, historically, they are known that they are smart and intelligent, and they know from their culture, civilized people, unlike these Bedouins who are following the American orders and American dictations. And they have these bases, the American bases, and they have these Israeli relationships. They have left the Palestinians, they have left the Lebanese, they have left Arabism.
Yeah, but
they have left
Iran
everything.
creating more enemies
Let me
for
just
itself,
say,
Doctor?
let me explain this point, especially this point, in terms of the Saudis and the Qataris and the Emirates and all these what so-called countries. They are not countries. They have been fabricated, and that's what Kissinger said to Martin Larijani, that we have made this map in the Middle East two states only we did not, Egypt and Iran, because these are two civilizations and we cannot separate them, we cannot divide them. And now the Americans and this UAE and the Saudis, they are trying to weaken Iran until they divide it, until they split it, until they make this rift inside the society. But they cannot. I guess, as the Iranians said in many statements, that
okay,
either the oil and gas for everybody, or for everybody,
enemies?
or none, or for none.
Yes, but allow me here, Dr. Mohsen, with that logic that you're highlighting, isn't Iran creating more enemies?
Well, what are these enemies? Who are these enemies? Who are, in terms of the balance of the power, in terms of civilization, in terms of society, in terms of creativity, in terms of international relations? Who count on these countries? Who count on these countries like Saudi Arabia? And we have Iran, historically and civilization-wise and culture and relations with China, with Russia. I guess this is a new world that the Americans created and the Western countries created in the Gulf and in the Middle East. And they want to make it permanent, like their creation of Israel.
Okay. The most important question
is a temporary entity. It's not going to be a state in this.
But allow me here to ask you a very important question that's very updated now. Do you think that Trump will actually move forward with his own threat to Iran by hitting power plants if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened?
I don't think so. Because in terms, let's talk in terms of the logic of the capitalists. They will lose everything, even in the UAE and Qatar, in Kuwait, and all these fields of oil and gas. They will lose. They will lose the trade, the international trade, and the international.
But also the ramification of hitting Iranian power plant is not a thing to underestimate.
They cannot. The Iranians, they have the power, and they have the I have heard one of the statements from Russian officials. They are saying, well, look, the Iranians, they have these missiles that nobody has seen, more sophisticated than the Americans, and they can destroy the Middle East, not only the American bases in Iraq or in the Gulf.
Yes.
So we are talking about a new understanding, a new way, a new view of the region.
However, Israeli analysts actually hinted at a plan to intensify the aggression with the aim of weakening the Iranian state from within by reaching what was described as a breaking point.
זה מה שראינו עכשיו, זה ללא ספק חלק מהצעדים. בישראל אומרים הערב השלטון בכאוס, אין שם מי שמקבל את הפקודות, ובימים הקרובים המטרה היא להעמיק את הוואקום הזה כדי שהוא יקרוס מבפנים. אפשר להעריך שאנחנו צפויים לראות פעולות עוצמתיות ויוצאות דופן שנועדו להעמיק את המשבר בהנהגה, אולי גם בטווח הזמן הקרוב. בכל מקרה אומר לנו גורם ישראלי, המטרה היא שהציבור האיראני יבין בעצמו שהמשטר הזה הגיע לגיים אובר, כלומר שלמשטר אין תוחלת, אין קיום, ואז במילים אחרות ייווצרו התנאים כדי שהעם האיראני ייקח את גורלו בידיו. מדברים על נקודת שבירה שלמעשה תיווצר מהדברים האלה ותיתן את ההזדמנות לקרוא לציבור לצאת החוצה. זה עוד לא שם, אבל על רקע הדברים האלה צריך לראות את הימים שאנחנו עוברים עכשיו באיראן, גם חג האש אתמול וגם הנורוז, השנה החדשה בסוף השבוע, אומרים לנו אלה רגעים קריטיים, ואפשר להניח שזה היה אין ניסוי כלים, הקריאות האלה של ראש הממשלה צאו לחגוג, ואם התנאים יאפשרו, אנחנו נראה עוד מהדבר הזה. ברור שזה לא ודאי ולא מדויק, אבל הערב בישראל אני שומעת תחושה שזה מתקדם על פי תוכנית סדורה, ושטראמפ נמצא איתנו בהקשר הזה של לראות אם אפשר להוציא את האנשים לרחובות או להביא לקריסת המשטר.
Is it possible to actually weaken the Iranian domestically, let me say here, in case the aggression continues?
Well, I think Netanyahu and Trump, they are still living in a state of denial, because they know from the streets, from the officials, and from the government that Iran is not gonna is not gonna be toppled or divided or weakened or toppling the regime. The regime is there. It's in the society, in the hearts, in the souls, in the minds of the people. Every night they are in the street. They are deceiving the media. They are deceiving everybody. They are the ones who are shaking. I mean, Netanyahu and his government and the Trump and the vote, the election in the United States. Only less than 20% they are pro Trump's agenda in the Middle East and in the region and even the United States. So we are talking about a solid regime, solid revolution,
Yes.
solid state inside Iran. In spite of all these losses in terms
Yes.
of our martyrs,
Okay.
these martyrs, I guess, it makes the Iranians united more, stronger, and braver and everything.
I have to move to Lebanon. Moving to Lebanon, from dear viewers, and the situation in the northern settlement near the border with southern Lebanon, as the mayor of one of these settlements expressed great frustration over the current state of affairs.
כל כך צודקת, שאתה יודע, אני התחלתי את הרעיון רגוע, אתה יודע, אני בדרך כלל לא רגוע, זה מתחיל להעלות לי את העצבים, וזה כל כך נכון מה שהיא אומרת. החזירו את התושבים לפה במענקים מסוימים כדי להשיב אותם הביתה. לא נתנו שום מענה ענייני ומעמיק איך משאירים את האוכלוסייה פה ואיך תומכים בה לאורך שנים. אנחנו כבר שנה וחצי אחרי המלחמה, ואני רואה את קריית שמונה לפני שלושה חודשים, יוצאת למאבק, הממשלה באה, הלכה, לא נתנה להם כלום. תשמעו מה אני אומר לכם, הם לא קיבלו שום דבר. אנחנו במלחמה שנייה, אנחנו עדיין מדברים על החזרה ואיך משקמים את המקום הזה. ממשלת ישראל צריכה להביא דבר אחד, היא צריכה לקחת החלטות ממשלה גדולות כדי לשקם את הצפון. צריכים לעשות פה דברים מאוד מאוד גורפים, אי אפשר לבוא ולתת לנו פלסטר על פצע כזה. הפצע הזה עדיין מדמם, אתם לא יכולים לעצור אותו עם פלסטר. וזה לא רק קריית שמונה, זה גם יישובי הגדר ניב. זה גם מרגליות, וסדובב ואביבים, כל יישובים שבסמוכי הגדר, כולם נשארו פה בלי שום דבר, רק עם הבטחות. וזה כל כך מקומם אותי על הבוקר.
What are the implications of such criticism coming from the mayor of Margaliot settlement?
Well, yeah, they know what they are going through, and I guess they feel that they are disappointed with this government and they cannot do anything. Well, there are reports talking about the freedom fighters of the resistance of Lebanon. They came to Miskaf from the side, from inside Palestine.
Yes.
How could they trust such a government saying that we have damaged, we are crushed Hezbollah, and they are not doing, and they are still there in the borders going into the settlements?
Yes.
How could they?
And he spoke about the first war and the second war here.
Yeah.
Dr. Mohsen Saleh, president of the International Association of Political Experts. Thank you very much for joining us. Dear viewers, thank you for watching.
Greetings and salutations to you and our esteemed viewers. I also extend my condolences on the martyrdom of several of our dear and precious compatriots. In our previous conversation, the third leader of the revolution had not yet been chosen. Given the selection made by the Assembly of Experts, and also the valuable message the leader issued early in his tenure, I'd like to begin our discussion by asking for your assessment of this selection and the leader's message.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم من المؤمنين رجال صدقوا ما عاهدوا الله.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Among the believers are men who were true to what they pledged to God. Some have fulfilled their vows to the utmost, and some are still waiting, and they have not changed in the least. I too extend my greetings, respect, and salutations to you and all dear viewers. First, I must offer my condolences and commiserations to all the families of our martyrs. I want to express special thanks for the insight, courage, and wisdom of our nation. Honestly, today, everything is indebted to this awareness, this sacrifice, and the affection of our people, which also empowers our armed forces. This deserves appreciation and thanks. As you mentioned, our dear people, the foundation of the Islamic Revolution is based on the thought of our great Imam. May God's mercy be upon him. This thought, which is fundamentally based on the guardianship of the jurisprudent, forms the basis of our country's political system. An Islamic and divine system derived from Quranic culture, texts, and divine values. The guardianship of the jurisprudent and the Wali of Faqih, who are appointed through the Assembly of Experts, elected by the people, is not merely a political or administrative position. In reality, it is a position that finds meaning within a system of walaya, guardianship. He is the true deputy of our living Imam, His Holiness the Lord of the Age. May God hasten his reappearance. Today, our only guardian from God Almighty is His Excellency, the Hujjah, proof. May God hasten his reappearance. He holds the deputyship of the Imam. This position is divine, and the entire endeavor is based on this principle. Here, I must say that what led to the victory of the revolution today was precisely this very concept of the guardianship of the jurisprudent, established as the political system and governing structure of our country, and it was the will of the people themselves. In essence, it is the deep connection between the nation and the Imam, the Ummah and the Imam, that has been formed. For this very reason, the great Imam wrote in his will, "Support the guardianship of the jurisprudence so that the country is not harmed." This signifies the nature of this position. And to be very clear and transparent, the Imam without the Ummah and the Ummah without the Imam are dysfunctional. This is where the authority, the belief, and these worldly and otherworldly pillars are formed based on popular legitimacy and divine truth.
مشروعیت مردمی و حقانیت الهی این نظام تشکیل شد.
One is not effective without the other.
نیست و مولا الموحدین امیر المؤمنین.
No, it is not. When the people did not cooperate with Imam Ali, the commander of the faithful, even though he was our infallible Imam, he became reclusive. Therefore, the role of the people is serious and fundamental. This is how the authority and legitimacy are established. I was deeply struck when I heard and reflected upon the message from the dear leader of the Islamic Revolution, His Eminence Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei. Personally, when I considered and heard it, this point was particularly striking. He began with verses indicating that when God takes away a blessing from the people, He bestows another. In essence, when our martyred Imam and his family were martyred, they were sacrificed for the Islamic Revolution, for the people, for Islam, and for our dear Iran. Perhaps it would be appropriate to share a brief anecdote here. In the early 2000s, a few of us were in his presence discussing issues, challenges, conspiracies, and seditions. In that private session, the discussion turned to the peace of Imam Hassan and the uprising of Imam Hussein. The leader recounted that the Kalashnikov rifle he had during the early days of the Iran-Iraq war at the front, he said he still kept that Kalashnikov in his room beside him. He said, if we are ever to stand against the enemy, we will not have an Imam Hassan-like peace. We will have an Imam Hussein-like uprising. And today we see that our martyred Imam stood with all his being, firm in his beliefs, and so did the people. Martyr Mutahari noted that Imam Khomeini possessed three qualities. First, faith in God. Second, faith in the people. And third, faith in himself. This means that he believes in both. He believes in the people and he believes in God. Our martyred Imam, Ayatollah Khamenei, followed precisely this path, and in this initial statement of our dear leader, this point about the people was raised. He indicated that if a blessing is taken from us, God in return grants a better one. And we truly saw that when God took the Imam of the society and he departed this world, although we all believe his spirit governs here and the martyrs are alive and offer aid, our people who were raised in this culture, perhaps today, better than ever before, and perhaps some did not even feel this during the lifetime of our martyred leader, now everyone feels how our martyred Imam trained these people through hardships, conspiracies, and seditions. The last of these occurred just before the war, on the 8th and 9th of January. How these people remained loyal, and in the 12-day war, in the absence of the supreme leader, they stepped onto the scene in such a manner. Our dear leader's point was precisely this, that even though our martyred Imam is no longer with us, our people are like Ammar, a devoted companion of Imam Hussein, and they never allowed the flag of guardianship to falter. At this juncture, when a council and the assembly of experts were to elect a successor, they made this precise and profound choice at the appropriate time. It was accomplished in the shortest possible time, in person, under security conditions that were truly very difficult, making the convening of the summit extremely challenging. We are truly delighted that our dear leader, who is a second-step leader, and his political testament or statement, meaning a young leader who carries forward the path with the same culture, the same beliefs, and the same principles and thoughts of the two Imams of the revolution, has focused on the people. This brought me immense joy. The republicanism of the system and the people. Look, when the talk was about the martyrs and their revenge and the damage they suffered, he never once asked the armed forces for regular reports on any important war matter. He was solely focused on compensating the people for their losses, especially the martyrs and particularly the martyred children. Look how the people are the priority. The people are considered. This is the foundation of the country. The supreme leader, like the Imam, always used to admonish us officials, sometimes saying, "How many times must I tell you to let the people do their own work? When the work is in the hands of the people, it gets done correctly." He would often give examples. Wherever the work is in the hands of the people, it is done right. This perspective, thank God, has continued, and in essence, I want to say that this message led to two events. One, the leader was chosen, and in a way, as both friend and foe said, from their own perspectives, Khamenei has become young. The leadership has become young. And second, the bond established between the Imam and the Ummah has been strengthened. And truly, the testament of our great Imam, support the guardianship of the jurisprudence so that no harm befalls the system and the country, has been realized. You can see it today, and you witnessed under bombardment how the people pledged allegiance to their Imam. God willing, this path will be the one we follow, and by the grace of God, under the leadership of His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei, we will advance the testament of our great Imam and the path and conduct of our martyred Imam. Naturally, these circumstances have united our people more than ever before, and this is a great opportunity which we will address if there is time.
Another topic you touched upon in our conversation a few days ago was Iran's oversight of the war and the leadership of the war process. You emphasized then that the war was progressing according to our expectations and predictions. I wanted to know if you still hold this view 2 weeks into the war, and what is your prediction for the future course of the conflict?
خب من در صحبت قبل بهش اشاره کردم.
Well, I touched upon this in my previous remarks. My point was that with operations True Promise 1, 2, 3, and 4, we have gained experience in terms of quantity, quality, and planning. Look, nothing can replicate the real battlefield. No matter how much the armed forces design, maneuver, or train, these are hypotheticals. But when does this become real? When a war actually breaks out, and what kind of war? A war where America claims to be the world's superpower, not just militarily but economically, and even in terms of the material calculations of equipment and technology. We are naturally incomparable to them. This means Iran is demonstrating its power in an unequal war. It shows that this requires planning, sagacity, intelligence, and creativity. Of course, above all these, it requires faith. Faith that, as it is said, a little is enough to draw closer to God, with God's permission. We experienced this in the war with Saddam, and we are experiencing it today in the war with the U.S. and the Zionist regime. This is our belief. After the 12-day war, I spoke with our dear people on 2 occasions and said, rest assured, if a war were to occur after the 12-day war, we would be different from the past, both in terms of quantity, quality, and planning. Indeed, I mentioned this in our previous session. They, the adversaries, stated, look at the air power of the Zionist regime. And their air power, because the Zionist regime's entire capability is air-based, their defense is air-based, their offense is air-based. America, as the superpower of the world, and all the opposition and power displays it carries out globally with its aircraft carriers and vast resources, does these things. In response to this, they said, our bombers and fighter jets will essentially destroy all our offensive capabilities. Of course, we said in the previous session that in the realm of air defense, we didn't truly possess the necessary capability to stand our ground and impede them, considering their resources. We were aware of this. Now I want to point this out. From that operation, from their aggression to this second aggression, we said there is a difference. You now know that regarding drones, no matter how modern they are, you have seen that we have shut down over 100 of their drones. We achieved this with our domestic capabilities, capacities, and technologies. This again is a testament to self-sufficiency, capabilities, creativity, knowledge-based enterprises, and our youth. All of these designs I mentioned are part of those designs. Today, they think they can strike our launchers. They don't realize our system has changed entirely. They think they can destroy our facilities with bombers. That is not the case. These designs have been implemented even in the design and execution. Look, we are caught by surprise once, not twice. If you recall, during the 12-day war operation, the discussion was whether you were surprised during the war. I said no, we were surprised by the enemy's design. We didn't anticipate the enemy would suddenly strike all our ranks simultaneously in such a manner. We genuinely did not predict anything like that in our design, and in that aspect we were surprised. But look, last time it took us approximately over 15 hours to show our reaction. However, this time you saw that less than 30 minutes after the attack, despite the Chief of Staff, the Commander-in-Chief of the IRGC, and our Ministry of Defense all being in a meeting at the headquarters along with our Supreme Commander, our martyred Imam, and being martyred themselves right there, the country's system immediately carried out its duties and continues to do so to this day. I state this point with precision. We absolutely and under no circumstances allowed our enemies to impose their plans on us. Everything we have planned, we have proceeded according to our own plan and path up to this moment, especially since Iran has shown this time that it has unpredictable behavior. This is the creativity I'm talking about. In any case, we are in an unequal war, and we must conduct our operations in an asymmetric design. We must use equipment that is compatible with our indigenous culture and creative designs. That is, today, when a missile with a range of 2,000 kilometers and a 2-ton warhead lands there, and when their 5,000-kilometer radars, which control everything from the origin, are rendered inoperable within 2 or 3 days, it means we have created a crisis for the enemy's air defense. They lack maneuverability, and the weakness of their system is clearly evident against our offensive accuracy and experience. This is where we must remember the elites of our armed forces, our dear martyr General Pakpour and martyr Nasir Zadeh. I testify, it is no exaggeration, these individuals would not see their wives and children for months at a time. The amount of travel martyr Pakpour undertook between the two wars was more than during the entire sacred defense period. It was so extensive that he covered all weaknesses and activated capabilities. Whatever we see today is thanks to the insight, effort, and struggle of these dear ones. May God protect our dear brother, Sayyid Majid Musavi, in the aerospace sector, and General Tang Siri and others like them. They are unparalleled young individuals. They are all trained by the Wilayat system and the Supreme Commander. We have sectors like economy, politics, culture, etc. in the country. However, the direct responsibility in the Constitution lies with the Supreme Leader, meaning the Supreme Commander. And look at the transformations that have occurred. And look, in less than a year, how many key figures in our forces have been martyred. That is, if we compare today, the rate of martyrdom among our senior officers and high commanders is even higher than that of junior forces and combatants, because they are in the field of danger, unlike many other systems. This is the characteristic of the Wilayat system, a government that acts as a shield for its people. We proceeded according to the plan and did not abandon our work. Of course, I must emphasize, we do not like war, nor did we initiate it. But if war is imposed upon us, we will stand bravely and powerfully. America and the Zionist regime must know that the Iranian nation is one whose veins flow with the blood of Imam Hussein, in whose culture the belief in Ashura is ingrained, and whose roots are in the history and legends of Iran and the Shahnameh. The Iranian gene is within them. Study history. This nation does not surrender and will not submit to oppression. This nation is different from those they imagine. We will never allow the process that this regime has pursued with other Islamic nations, which has led to the weakening of the Islamic world and oppression of humanity, to be repeated with Iran. Look at what the Zionist regime has done to the children in Gaza. Their army is a terrorist army, and they must know that they can never repeat these crimes in dear Iran. The point I must make is this. War has its ups and downs, but when our people are in the field and the faithful armed forces pursue the matter with sincerity and faith, God has promised victory and triumph. And today we're witnessing this display of power. I state with certainty, the enemy succeeded in only one objective, and that was the martyrdom of the leader. But we must know that the replacement that occurred was exactly what the people expressed, and the path continued. Even our enemies have said that the young Khamenei, a young leader with the same beliefs, has taken over the leadership of this Iranian society today. Naturally, in reality, they have not achieved that goal, but that a young leader has taken over the Iranian society. Naturally, in reality, they have not achieved that goal either, but that we have lost a leader today is our big heartache. But those who thought that by martyring the leader, the system would collapse, have seen that this is not the case. The Ummah, the nation, is here. In none of their other objectives did they succeed. Within 2 days, 3 days, a week, 10 days, today it has been 16, 17 days, however long it has been, they have not reached any of their goals. Furthermore, we have achieved our goals. This means 2 things have happened. 1, they have not reached their goals. 2, we have reached our desired goals. And today, our power, our presence, is in fact what we are doing. I hope, God willing, that our people's presence in the field for domestic conspiracies, for domestic terrorists, for the unchivalrous attacks of the Zionist regime, You saw what they did to the people on the day of the Al-Quds March. You saw what they did at the Minab school. They do not respect anything. These are their deliberate policies, and they act on them. We, God willing, with this unity, with this movement, and today, this deep bond between the Imam and the Ummah, and the courage of the armed forces, I would like to thank all of our people here, especially our dear Basijis, who were in the field day and night during this holy month of Ramadan, day and night. In any case, they are advancing this victory. Therefore, in one word, the enemy could not impose its plan on us. We have implemented everything we had designed, and God willing, we will implement it in the future. God willing.
اجرا کردیم و در پیش رو هم انشالله اجرا خواهیم.
یکی دیگه از مسائلی که مورد بحثه مدیریت سطح.
Another issue under discussion is de-escalation management. Given that in the first 2 weeks, Israel's and America's actions have more or less failed to yield results, there are possibilities for an increase in tension and concerns arise regarding Iran's or the region's infrastructure facilities. I wanted to know, if the behaviors of the US and Israel deviate from the customary trend of these 2 weeks, what reciprocal action will Iran take?
من در صحبت قبلیم به این موضوع اشاره کردم. نگاه کنید. این هم از
Look, this is also, I'd say, a wonder, or truly a carelessness, or wrong information, wrong analysis. I once pointed this out to Trump on CNN. Essentially, you are given wrong information, you are given wrong analysis, and you end up making wrong decisions. In any case, the Zionist regime has harnessed all of America's power in service of its own goals. With the information provided, with the words spoken, this war happened. It was supposed to achieve victory within a maximum of 72 hours. Moreover, concerning the incidents I mentioned on the 18th and 19th of day, that's January 8th and 9th, which they created amidst domestic events. So what is the result today? The result is that all American bases in the region have been targeted by us, and we have rendered them inoperable. For this very reason, you see Trump, out of desperation, telling several lies a day, not one lie a day, but multiple lies every day. This is desperation. The Zionist regime, under pressure, according to the plan we discussed, has acted. This has caused the effects of this to return to American society, its humanitarian effects, its economic effects, the problems it creates in regional and global inflation. The problems it creates in regional and global inflation, economy, peace, and comfort. That is, the Zionist regime, with America's support and its own involvement, has caused this problem. This is no longer just Iran's problem. This problem has arisen for the region. We will reiterate this. Even the neighboring countries in the region know. We always told them, look, America coming here and establishing itself will not bring you security. Today it is clear it has not brought security. Look at the beginning of the revolution. Do you remember? The Americans came to the Persian Gulf Cooperation Council was formed, and these discussions followed along with pacts like NATO, CENTO, and CETO. In fact, since the Pahlavi regime was the gendarme of the region and a complete servant to the Zionist regime in America, the Islamic Revolution broke this chain and disrupted this order. That order they had established, which Imam Khomeini spoke about in one of his speeches, saying to America, "What are you doing here?" They said, "We have interests here." Imam said, "Well, you have no business having interests here. These interests belong to the people here. Look, America has come, it has interests here, and it is taking them away, and it has not brought security here. Not only has it not brought security, it has disrupted it. So now the strait is closed. We did not decide to close the strait. It has been closed. What does it mean that it's closed? Well, we must defend ourselves. We are defending ourselves. We do not intend to strike countries. We have said this many times. We're saying it now, that should we respond to an enemy that is firing at us, flying over us, and launching missiles from here, this is natural. It is our inalienable right. We must do this. And now many ships themselves are not commuting in the region. The conditions are not suitable for commuting at all. And certainly from now on, with their interventions, the strait can no longer be like the past in terms of legal passage and traffic. It no longer has the necessary safety. The necessary security will not return to the previous state. It cannot return. Why? Because the Zionist regime, look, Netanyahu said we will reach a point in this war where we change the regional order, and we will change the regional order. He said we're changing the face of the Middle East. Today, they have come to the conclusion that yes, the face of the Middle East will change. The order here will change, but it'll not be an order where America's will prevails. This order is the indigenous order of the region. It is the order of the region's countries. We in the countries of the region, with all the countries of the region, ourselves, the countries that are neighbors, the Islamic countries here, we will all establish bilateral and multilateral equations for regional indigenous security, both economically and security-wise. It is you who have disrupted the security in the region. It is you who have today disrupted the economy, not just here, but East Asia, Southeast Asia, the Pacific region, even Americans themselves, America, the whole world, because of the crimes of the Zionist regime. Now I said, I don't know what happened in that summary of the disaster, what debts they have, what documents they have there, that Netanyahu has such a hold on them and is doing these things. Yes, we are certainly not seeking escalation, we are seeking de-escalation. But this does not mean surrendering. It does not mean we stand here and let the Zionist regime in America impose an order here. The people here, the countries here, the governments here, they themselves have creativity, they have coordination, they have this brotherhood and fraternity that they can come together better than ever before. And your presence has taken profits, you have taken resources from here and taken them away, and you have created the greatest insecurity in the West Asia region with these wrong policies, and especially with these recent attacks. It seems the condition for peace is very clear. The Americans must go back to their homes.
The Americans must go back to their homes.
Trump must know that through power and its misuse, he cannot establish peace. Rather, he ignites war. These are wars that he does not know how to start, and he does not know their end. This is their problem.
In a previous interview, you indicated that a ceasefire is not possible until the enemy is brought to the point of regret, and there is no talk of a ceasefire. There are also reports that countries are mediating for a ceasefire, which has not yet been accepted by Iran. What is the reason for this decision, and under what circumstances can an exit point from the war be defined?
As you mentioned, I addressed this topic in the previous session. I emphasize again that we did not start this war, and we are not seeking war. Know this, but we will defend ourselves fiercely and deliver a strong blow. We will respond strongly. On this matter, I say very clearly and transparently to the Zionist regime in America, we will never accept a halt to the fighting in this war, like the 12-day war, after their insistence and request, and after we have fired the last shots at the Zionist regime. Meaning, we fired the last missiles and said, if you shoot again, we will shoot. You must start, and we must deliver the final response. We acted precisely. We felt that they had been taught a lesson and were repentant. But now they have shown that no, in less than 10 months, the two of them came again, and America also started working. This method of the Zionist regime has been the same since 1948, when the Security Council issued a resolution and recognized it. If you look, in all periods, their habit has been war, ceasefire, negotiation, negotiation, peace, and then war, ceasefire, negotiation, and peace. Imam Khomeini said they are a cancerous tumor. This is it. Where did Camp David come from? Where did the Sinai come from? Where did Oslo I and Oslo II come from? In negotiations, they poisoned and gassed Yasser Arafat. And after a few months, they exhumed his grave, dissected his body, and tested it, confirming they had done this. They are so criminal that they poisoned someone who was negotiating with them. This is their habit. They must know that we will not accept this chain anymore. This cycle must be broken, meaning the threat to the Islamic Republic and the region must be removed. There should be no danger of war, and they should not do this. This is our definitive and clear demand. Therefore, a ceasefire that leads to another war in 5 months is unacceptable. I say this again, we are not seeking to continue the war. I am not saying we want to wage war and disrupt the region's security. No. We want lasting security in the region, security that they cannot repeat. Lasting security. Lasting security is security that is indigenous to the region, the people of the region, the governments, and ourselves. No one else should come here and establish security for us. They have shown that during the time they have been here, there has been no security.
As a final question, some speculations raise concerns about the future of Iran and the end of this war. The main issue is, by what mechanism can Iran emerge from this war powerfully and honorably and conclude the equation in its favor?
ما وقتی به تاریخ کشورها نگاه می‌کنیم
When we look at the history of nations, wars have always played a crucial role in their destinies. The management of war, whether in success or failure, has been key. Wars have consistently presented both a threat and an opportunity. Of course, we military personnel, like myself, who experienced war and spent our youth in it, went to the front lines from among the people. Perhaps more than anyone else, we understand the importance of not initiating war or seeking to provoke it. This is a lesson learned by anyone who has witnessed war, more so than those who haven't fought and speak about it. They better understand that war should be avoided, and we should not pursue it. He who has experienced war appreciates peace more. However, let us understand and look at history. War itself is both an opportunity and a threat. May God have mercy on martyr Soleimani, who always pointed this out. He used to say, there are more opportunities within threats than there are within opportunities themselves. We used to debate this often. I would say, with your perspective, you say this, and I say this, Haj Qasim. I argued, there is fundamentally no threat to us. From our perspective, everything is an opportunity, meaning even if war occurs, it is still an opportunity. However, we must divide opportunities into two categories: opportunities with risk and opportunities without risk. We believe that where the creativity, ardor, and capacity of a nation like the Iranian people, armed forces like Iran's, and strong ideas, beliefs, and faith like our people, stemming from Quranic culture and the divine school of thought and Iranian heritage and relying on trust in Almighty God, exist in situations like war, which are the type of opportunities with risk, a great leap can be made. We're confident that in this war, with the efforts of these people, their trust, their faith, their wisdom, insight, and cohesion, Iran will, God willing, be victorious. A powerful Iran will be shaped here. And we will certainly establish the order I mentioned in the region, in conjunction with the regional countries. Look now, God has provided these opportunities for us. To put it very clearly, the Strait of Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz is one of the most vital points in the world, one of the 4 or 5 most important straits globally. In any case, it possesses unique oil, energy, and geopolitical capabilities. However, the strategic error of the Americans and the Zionist regime, who set this trap for the Americans, and the immaturity they displayed, caused the region's potential capacity to become actualized. This is an opportunity with risk, because they want to plunder the region's interests for themselves. But Iran and the countries of the region will demonstrate that by God's grace, these resources, interests, and geopolitical opportunities belong to the region and its people, and the world should benefit from them, not just America and the Zionist regime. We will sever their hands of excess, and we will not allow them to misuse these opportunities. Of course, I must reiterate this point. We must stand firm. War has its own ups and downs. But by God's grace, what we see ahead is the people's determination, ardor, wisdom, and insight, especially the self-sacrifice of the women and men of this land. Today, we must say that our women are acting more bravely than many of our men. They stood under bombardment, participated in the Quds Day March, stayed in the squares from night until morning, cooked food and provided support. I thank all of our dear people. I have said before that once the front was on the front line, but today the front is in our neighborhoods, meaning everyone in their own neighborhood, their own alley, should cook food there, help there, show solidarity there. In short, let us be together with love and brotherhood, so that, God willing, with pride, a victorious, powerful, and dignified Iran can provide security and economic well-being for itself and for all the countries in the region. We must join hands and advance forcefully in the region, and the evil of this cancerous tumor, the Zionist regime, which is the cause of corruption, war, and bloodshed, will, God willing, be eliminated.
عامل فساد و جنگ و خونریزی است انشالله کنده بشه.
خیلی متشکرم آقای دکتر از اینکه محبت کردید.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for providing this opportunity to converse with the people despite your busy work schedule, and for always making time. God willing, we will soon witness the honor, glory, and victory of Islamic Iran.
انشالله. خیلی ممنون، متشکر. من هم مجدداً
In conclusion, I also express my gratitude to all the dear people, the youth, especially the women, and all the officials who are striving at various levels to ensure the necessary comfort and facilities during wartime. I thank you for your companionship and efforts from all aspects. God willing, we will be able to reciprocate the people's affection through our efforts and unto death, and have happy days ahead, in a way that all of you dear ones live with happiness, a good end, dignity, and health alongside your families. Peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you.
عاقبت بخیری و السلام علیکم و رحمت الله و برکاته.
Chris Williamson, and this is Palestine Declassified, where we highlight the struggle to liberate Palestine and expose the Zionist entity's endemic brutality, as well as its rapacious ambition to create a greater Israel. In this episode of Palestine Declassified, we'll be delving into what's behind President Donald Trump's volte-face on his election promise to be a peace president. Just 13 months after his inauguration, he's plunged the world's economy into chaos after succumbing to pressure from Israel to launch an unprovoked war in Iran, which could spiral into a third world war. So why did Trump submit to Israel's pressure? Was it purely financial? Was it Zionist infiltration of his advisors? Or has Trump been compromised by his links to the notorious paedophile and Mossad asset, Jeffrey Epstein? These are the questions I'll be posing after our first report by Issa Kadami, who spotlights the key Zionist influencers who Trump appointed to his administration.
Donald Trump's brazen attack on Iran exposes how Zionist forces have captured American foreign policy, sidelining broader imperial goals in favor of the settler colonies agenda. Donald Trump justified the devastating US strikes on Iran by citing advice from key advisors who convinced him an attack was imminent. In a candid statement captured on video, Trump explained.
The situation was very quickly approaching the point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this at the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us.
Trump's advisors form a network deeply embedded in Zionist advocacy, blending Jewish Zionists with fervent non-Jewish supporters of the settler colony. Marco Rubio, a non-Jewish Cuban-American, Rubio has long championed the Zionist entity. As AJC's Jewish Political Guide reports, he opposes BDS, backed the US Embassy move to Jerusalem, and supported anti-BDS legislation. His funding from pro-Zionist donors like Norman Brayman highlights this alignment.
I am a Christian and I robustly support the state of Israel.
Pete Hegseth, a Christian Zionist, Hegseth robustly backs Israel. During his confirmation, he declared his Christian faith drives support for the Zionist regime's defense. His church ties to Reconstructionist principles reinforces this theological Zionism. Jared Kushner, an Orthodox Jew and ardent Zionist. Kushner shaped Trump's Middle East policy. Raised in a family steeped in Holocaust survival, he authored the Abraham Accords, normalizing ties between the Zionist entity and Arab states. His pro-Zionist stance is evident in unwavering advocacy. Steve Witkoff, a Jewish real estate mogul, Witkoff staunchly supports Netanyahu and the Zionist colony. As Al Jazeera profiles, he negotiated Gaza deals for Trump, ignoring Shabbat to push agendas. These figures illustrate Zionist penetration into US power structures. Max Blumenthal also highlighted Trump's conviction that Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps orchestrated 2 assassination attempts against him in 2024. Blumenthal reported the FBI, in coordination with Israeli intelligence, tied Tehran to the plot, despite lacking solid evidence. Trump publicly linked the attempts to Iran, drawing from US intelligence briefings and DOJ charges against alleged IRGC members. Even without the Epstein allegations dangling like a sword of Damocles over his head, Trump appears as Zionism's plaything. State capture of the US apparatus of power is in itself an indication that Zionist ambitions go much further than a greater Israel as they push towards becoming an empire. Netanyahu, for his part, has described his view that the Zionist entity is becoming, in many respects, a global superpower.
When we become a regional superpower, and in many respects a global superpower, we have the power to push away threats and ensure our future.
As usual, I'm joined by the co-director of the lobbying watchdog Spinwatch and the UK's leading scholarly critic of Israel, David Miller. David's also a senior research fellow at the Centre for Islam and Global Affairs at Istanbul Zayem University. Joining us as our guest contributor today is an award-winning American journalist, TV broadcaster, global affairs analyst, and the founder of the independent news and analysis website 21st Century Wire, Patrick Henningsen. Patrick's also a co-anchor on the UK Column News, which is one of Britain's leading alternative media outlets, and is an outspoken advocate for free speech. Welcome to the show. Patrick, was Trump really misled by his advisors, or is he being manipulated by Netanyahu, in your opinion?
With regards to President Trump, it's not so much a case of the president being misled. We have to assume he's constantly being misled. What the coterie around him have done, what the so-called intelligence experts, what his DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, everybody else do, is that they assemble information around the president, which they believe the president wants to see, wants to hear. They insist that this is genuine intelligence, even if some of it's half-baked, fake intel coming from Israel. And they assemble that around the president, and they tell him, you know, what he wants to hear. It's a very tight echo chamber around the president, and he is completely insulated from reality. And so he himself is functionally illiterate. He can read, but he doesn't seek out or read anything. He relies on whispers in his ear from his advisors. And so he makes policy and decisions based on that. So really, a very small number of people have total control over the president, and by extension, total control over U.S. policy and even U.S. military action. Because you have to remember, Congress and Senate are cut out of the process completely. This is an executive branch that's waging war unilaterally by executive means on behalf of a foreign lobby.
Well, David, how do you think we should interpret Trump's behaviour?
Well, it's always very difficult, I think, to understand what can be going on in the head of someone like Donald Trump, much like our former Prime Minister Boris Johnson. You wonder whether there's some kind of deep intelligence burning behind his eyes. And then, of course, you discount that as being manifestly ridiculous. But look, in this case, he's obviously either been lied to by his close advisors that there was a direct threat, and that appears to be the case with the notion that the IRGC was trying to target him and had tried to assassinate him, or he is trying to say that he's been misled in order that he can excuse himself, so in which case he would know that it was a lie. But either of those is not an ideal way for him to approach being president. But sure, I guess we knew that in the first place. So it's difficult to tell, but clearly there's something deeply, deeply wrong with the way in which this is operating, and he's going to suffer as a result in terms of popularity, and that's already happening.
Patrick, I mean, is it worth noting that all of Trump's closest advisors are hardline Zionists, aren't they?
The reason Trump's closest advisors, cabinet members, are hardcore Zionists or diehard Israeli supporters, because every single one of them practically was groomed by the Israeli lobby from earlier in their career. In fact, the Israeli lobby shortlisted the Trump cabinet selection. They're all from Congress and Senate, all the main ones for national security and foreign policy. John Ratcliffe, CIA director, he's taken from the House of Representatives. He's been groomed by the lobby since he first ran for Congress. Mike Waltz, former national security advisor, now UN ambassador, same thing. Marco Rubio, congressman and senator, groomed by the Israeli lobby, financed by Israeli billionaires. The list goes on. Stephen Miller, his advisor. Mike Pompeo, previously, same thing. House of Representatives. Miller didn't serve as Congress person, but he is installed by the Israeli lobby to be next to President Trump. Pete Hegseth, a Zionist, a Third Temple cultist. He's defense secretary, a Fox Weekend host. Not qualified to be head of the Pentagon. Sebastian Gorka, diehard Zionist, Fox News pundit. Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, friends of the president, his son-in-law, friends of the Netanyahu's family, didn't swear an oath, weren't confirmed by the Senate. I mean, it's as if Israel basically assembled a tight cabinet around the president of the United States.
Well, David, would you say that Jared Kushner's the most influential of the four advisors mentioned in our report?
Oh, yes, I think so. I mean, Witkoff is clearly very important, but Kushner, of course, is a family member. He doesn't have any formal role. He's got no position in the White House. Trump was forced into saying that he wouldn't be given any position in the current administration, but nevertheless, there he is. Brokering deals, writing the Abraham Accords, overseeing billions and billions in investments, investing in the Saudi sovereign wealth funds activities, putting together the Gaza Board for Peace. I mean, people say he is Trump's handler. And of course, that is a plausible way of thinking about this, that effectively Kushner has taken over, if you like, the kind of role which Jeffrey Epstein used to play in relation to leading Zionist figures. Probably in the fullness of time, we will see that he was being run effectively by Kushner, and we will find out much more about how Kushner got into the role that he did. But of course, we know that Kushner is a fanatical ultra-Zionist. He has supported for many years the Chabad cult. He attends a Chabad shul or synagogue in Washington, D.C., along with his wife, who's a convert Judaism, as we know. And so what we see there is more or less the sort of takeover of the Trump family by ultra-Zionism.
Yes, it certainly seems that way. Well, Patrick, I mean, it seems to me that Trump's been convinced that the IRGC are out to get him. I mean, do you think he's been misled, or is that just another one of his fantasies?
Well, this might be a fantasy of Trump's, but it's a fantasy that's been injected into his head by his close advisors, the people we previously mentioned, the intelligence community that is absolutely accepting whatever Israel is putting on its desk. This is now well known. Look at the testimonies of Joe Kent, who just resigned as counterterrorism director under the DNI. He said Israel has been stovepiping half-baked pseudo-intelligence into the U.S. system through the back door. And the result is we're going to get policies, or we're going to get the president believing things like a secret Iranian assassination plot. A used car salesman from New Jersey threatened to assassinate the president. I mean, it's endless.
David, Netanyahu referred to Pax Silica, which is a US-led international coalition that Israel joined last year to build a secure supply chain to develop artificial intelligence. And he referred to the Zionist entity as a global superpower. I mean, is that really what's happening?
So, I mean, the term Pax Silica, of course, is, I think, an alternative, a politer alternative to the term I would use, which is Pax Judaica. Now, he said that he wanted the Zionist entity to become a world leader in AI and tech, and he even said a few weeks ago, I predicted 10 years ago we'd be third in the world in this area, and he said I was wrong. We are number 2 in the world. So clearly they think of themselves as being leaders in this aspect of the development of industry, which is clearly massively important, not just in business terms, but also in terms of the genocide in Palestine. But the other thing that he said just the other day in that famous broadcast that they put out, which has been widely regarded as being AI generated, is that they are becoming a superpower. Now that, of course, is what they intend. They want not just to be the greater Israel, they want to take over the whole of the world, which is why they've, of course, spent so long trying to infiltrate the US power structures.
Yes.
But the crucial bit here, the crucial bit of this question, is that they face significant opposition from what I would call the Third Republic, i.e. the Third Republic of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And it looks like that Iran is winning, and therefore that it might not come to pass. Otherwise, if Iran doesn't win, it may well.
The last line of defence for humanity, it seems to me, David. But we're going to move on to our next report now, which looks at how the Zionists infiltrated and captured key pillars of US state power.
How were the Zionists able to infiltrate and capture key elements of the US apparatus of power?
For 30 years, James Angleton was one of the top men in United States intelligence. When he retired at the end of 1974, he was head of counter-espionage at the CIA.
A key architect of the infiltration was James Jesus Angleton, who as CIA counterintelligence chief from 1954 to 1974 forged unbreakable ties between U.S. intelligence and the Zionist entity. From 1951, he was the CIA liaison with Mossad and Shin Bet. Meir Amit, Mossad director between 1963 and 1968, who was instrumental in cementing the Mossad-CIA relationship, described Angleton as the biggest Zionist of the lot. He viewed Angleton as a personal friend and a foundational figure in the penetration of the U.S. intelligence system. Former Shin Bet chief Amos Manor, who hosted Angleton on his first visit to the colony in 1952, described how he was able to persuade Angleton that the Zionists were not potential communist agents, and after that he was firmly in their camp. Jefferson Morley wrote in his biography of Angleton, titled The Ghost, Angleton was a leading architect of America's strategic relationship with Israel that endures and dominates the region to this day. Angleton facilitated the Zionist regime's nuclear arsenal. Huge quantities of highly enriched uranium disappeared from the Zionist-owned NUMEC plant in Pennsylvania, which was run by Zalman Shapiro. He was a Zionist intelligence asset. Angleton reportedly hindered efforts to thoroughly investigate the theft and failed to act on U.S. intelligence showing that Dimona was likely producing highly enriched uranium. Another key moment of Zionist penetration in the U.S. was after 9/11. Mossad agents roamed the Pentagon unchecked, as retired Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson revealed.
I watched Mossad take over the Pentagon. In 2002, the Pentagon was infiltrated by Mossad. They did not need any identification to get through the river entrance of the building. They went upstairs to Douglas Feith, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, the third most powerful man in the Defense Department. Occasionally, they went to the second most powerful man, Paul Wolfowitz, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, and they had run of the Pentagon. Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, said to my boss one time, "Hell, I don't run my building. Mossad does."
Leading commentators affirm neoconservatives engineered the 2003 Iraq invasion primarily for the settler colonies' benefit. John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt argued in their seminal essay that the lobby pushed regime change to reorder the Middle East, surrounding Israel with compliant states. Former CIA officer John Kiriakou highlighted the lopsided U.S. Zionist intelligence pact. The regime receives near total access, yet spies on its apparent allies relentlessly.
We give them 99% of our defense secrets. And he said, exactly. They're here to steal the last 1%.
In the 1990s, Israelis tapped White House phones during Clinton's era. Under Trump, Stingray devices near the White House mimicked cell towers linked to Mossad by FBI forensics. These are not the actions of an ally, but of a hostile foreign power.
David, this James Jesus Angleton then, he's got a lot to answer for, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a really pivotal figure in this process. That story about him going to the colony in 1952, the first time he'd been there, when he genuinely believed that the problem with Israel was that the Zionists who had created the state were possible communist agents. And once he understood that they weren't communists, that they were in fact supporters of the US and wanted the support of the US, he was okay with them, and as a result, that was their first mark, essentially, into colonizing the U.S. intelligence services. And that, as his biographer says, that was a key element of the relationship between the CIA and the Mossad and Shin Bet, which survives to this day.
Indeed, yeah, absolutely. Well, Patrick, how widely known in the US is Angleton's role in facilitating the theft of enriched uranium by the Zionists?
Well, sadly, this story is not well known in the United States. There's been some good disclosures from the National Security Archive via George Washington University. So we have bits and pieces of this story, but the NUMEC affair in general, whereby Israel, through its co-opting U.S. agents like James Jesus Angleton, the sort of key figure in that, but the 1965 NUMEC affair, stealing weapons-grade nuclear material, smuggling it to Israel, and then Israel then had a three-way deal between France, Israel, and this stolen material from the U.S. France provided the plans for nuclear plants, the design, etc., and Israel transferred some of this weapons material and knowledge to France in exchange for that. So this sort of triad, this sinister triad between U.S., Israel, and France, which happened during the 1960s, which is a defining moment because it gave Israel the ability to effectively leverage or blackmail its neighbors and the U.S. government itself and supposed allies with nuclear reprisals or threatening to use nuclear weapons against Egypt or whatever the case is. They're doing it to this day. This is the problem with having a secret, illegal nuclear arsenal.
Well, David, I mean, that was a surprisingly candid admission, wasn't it, by Colonel Wilkerson about the Mossad taking over the Pentagon after 9/11?
Yes, look, it's perfectly clear that that's what happened. But then you've got to look at this as having two elements. On the one side, you've got the Mossad hanging out in the Pentagon and the underground entrance, etc. And on the other side, the reason that that was the case was because the neoconservatives under George Bush had taken over the national security apparatus of the US. So the people who were mentioned there, Douglas Feith, his superior Paul Wolfowitz, both of whom were, of course, fanatical genocidal Zionists, and they were under Rumsfeld, who wasn't Jewish, but who went along with the kind of politics that they had, and indeed went along with the invasion of Iraq, which was their first key objective. The objective they had after 9/11 was to invade 7 countries in 5 years. They didn't manage it in quite that time scale, but we're now approaching the 7th country.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Well, Patrick, I mean, why do you think the Mossad bugs US government departments and even the US president? And what should the US be doing about it?
Well, one has to assume that Israel or Mossad is going to try to bug U.S. officials, the White House, etc. Why? Look at the track record. Look at the track record. We know from various disclosures over the years that the Clinton administration was being blackmailed. The Monica Lewinsky sex scandal was effectively Netanyahu blackmailing the Clinton administration, Bill Clinton. How did Israel get a hold of the sex texts between Clinton and Lewinsky, and trying to use that as leverage to get Jonathan Pollard released, the Israeli spy? And that's not even to talk about the FBI's Franklin scandal in the late 1990s, early 2000s, where the FBI busted an Israeli spy ring in Washington, D.C., and the list goes on and on. Israel's been very aggressive in its spy activities, its espionage, its blackmail on U.S. soil against U.S. officials. There's a long and very well documented public track record here.
Well, David, you've talked about the neocons capturing US state institutions. I mean, just explain what you mean by that.
So the neocons, the neoconservatives, were famously described by one of their leading theoreticians as being liberals who were mugged by reality. Now, of course, actually the political trajectory which they went on was much longer than just from being liberals to being neoconservatives. It was from being socialists. I mean, many of the neocons were, in the 1930s, were Trotskyists who were recruited by the CIA, who'd come from Europe and were recruited by the CIA for intelligence purposes. And what happened was that over the decades, they moved politically from being Trotskyists through to being liberals, and then they moved past the CIA to being neoconservatives. And that was the movement which took over effectively the US national security apparatus in total by 2003.
Well, that's all we've got time for today. So I'd like to thank our guest, Patrick Henningsen. And remember, you can follow the show on X, Facebook, Rumble and Telegram, where you'll be able to find more of our content. So make a date to join us again on Palestine Declassified next week, when I'll be back alongside David Miller with more exclusive revelations and information that you will not find in the corporate media. But until then, this is Chris Williamson saying bye for now.
President Trump started by claiming that the strikes were to stop imminent threats from Iran. He talked about nuclear weapons and long-range missiles. But then, just days later, he admitted it was just his opinion that Iran might attack first. No concrete evidence, just a feeling. Then you have Netanyahu. He has been pushing for a war with Iran for 40 years. Even British-American journalist Mehdi Hassan said Netanyahu has been dreaming of this for 40 years. Now the nuclear talk has shifted. Trump is literally telling Iranians to take over your government. It's regime change. And Netanyahu? He used genocidal language, quoting a Torah passage about wiping out the Amalekites, men, women, and children, to justify the killing. But the biggest giveaway came from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He slipped up. He said the US struck because they knew Israel was going to act. He admitted Israeli plans dictated the timing of the American military. He tried to walk it back, but the damage was done. And here's the kicker. CIA intelligence completely shreds the imminent threat lie. Briefings to Congress confirmed there was zero intelligence showing Iran was planning to strike the US first. None. Reports from the AP and Reuters all say the same thing. So what's really happening? The US is panicking, and now the Pentagon is secretly panicking about running out of missiles. The Navy is even refusing to escort ships because it's too risky. The US is being dragged into a war of choice based on shifting stories to serve Israel's agenda. And intelligence proves it was all a facade.
On Expose, we dissect the narratives shaping today's most consequential conflicts and examine the gap between headlines and reality. We begin with analyzing how outlets like the Wall Street Journal and Reuters frame the war with Iran, not by questioning its legitimacy, but by debating how long it should last and whether regime change is achievable. We then break down coverage from NBC News and the British tabloid The Sun, exposing how media narratives portray retaliation as terror while minimizing the impact of attacks on Iranian civilians. Then we turn to Voices on X, documenting events ignored by Western outlets, reacting to the war and political developments in Lebanon. Then we examine the evolving military, psychological and economic dynamics of the war on Iran and the axis of resistance. Welcome, dear viewers, to Season 2 of Expose, the award-winning show that leaves no stone unturned. In today's mainstream media expose, we take a close look at how Western outlets frame the ongoing war with Iran, not by questioning its legitimacy, but by shaping narratives about how long it should last and what its outcome should be. Here are the headlines. WSJ, ending Iran war quickly carries big risks for the US and allies. Reuters, Israel sees no certainty Iran's government will fall despite war. For weeks now, former US President Donald Trump and several officials in Washington have been claiming that the war against Iran has largely been contained or effectively concluded. Yet the reality unfolding across the region tells a completely different story. Iran continues to strike US military installations across the Persian Gulf monarchies, and the intensity of its response against the Zionist Israeli has not subsided. If anything, it has demonstrated that Tehran's military capabilities remain intact and operational despite weeks of confrontation. So, dear viewers, when we hear triumphant declarations from Washington suggesting that the situation is under control, we have to ask, control for whom? Because on the ground and across the region, the evidence points to something very different. Iran is neither collapsing nor retreating. Instead, it continues to retaliate with sustained force. Now, with that context in mind, let's turn to today's article published by the Wall Street Journal. The piece is titled, Ending Iran war quickly carries big risks for the US and allies, written by Yaroslav Trofimov. Even before reading the article, the title itself already reveals the narrative framework being constructed. Think about what this headline is suggesting. The Wall Street Journal is essentially arguing that ending the war quickly would be dangerous. In other words, the premise being planted in the reader's mind is that prolonging the war may actually be necessary. This is a classic example of how mainstream Western media subtly manufactures consent for escalation, instead of asking whether the war should have happened at all. The framing shifts the conversation to how long it must continue. So WSJ began preparing audiences for the possibility that the war must continue and that it must be prolonged. Now let me bring in a passage from the article itself. It states, but leaving in place Iran's theocratic regime, angry, defiant and in possession of its nuclear stockpile and what remains of its arsenal of missiles and drones, would essentially grant Tehran control over the world's energy markets. It would also sacrifice the security of America's partners and allies and possibly make another more devastating regional war likely. To help us unpack this narrative, I'm joined by investigative journalist and analyst Vanessa Beeley. Hello and welcome, Vanessa. When you read language like this, it almost sounds as though the existence of Iran itself, rather than any specific action, is being framed as the problem. The article suggests that simply allowing Iran's government to remain in power would somehow hand Tehran control over global energy markets and threaten regional security. My question to you is thus: is this genuinely an assessment of geopolitical risk, or is it part of broader media effort to normalize the idea that regime change in Iran is the only acceptable outcome of this war?
Well, I think actually Western media is at the moment reflecting the desperation of the Zionist regime and the American regime. But if we look back to the Brookings Institute strategy paper from 2009, Which Path to Persia, the preferred agenda of the United States is to reduce Iran to a vassal state in the region, to destroy its sovereignty, and to eliminate, of course, the greatest threat in the world today to the Zionist entity. The Zionist-controlled media is responsible for ensuring that this agenda is fed to the public in a way that makes war palatable, and the end result is presented as being in their favor. In answer to your question, the media complex will be ensuring that all options are on the table for the US to continue to wage this criminal and murderous aggression against Iran and the West Asia region on behalf of the Zionist regime. Iran is portrayed in the collective West as the threat to security, when the reality is the greatest threat to the security of the West is the foreign policy of their collective regimes, and the media is responsible for maintaining this threat to global security.
Okay, now of course let's move to another example of how narrative framing works in mainstream Western reporting. This one comes from Reuters in an article titled, Israel sees no certainty Iran's government will fall despite war, by Rami Ayoub, Samia Nakhul and Parisa Hafizi. Even in a headline like this, there is a subtle but very important assumption being built into the story. Notice how the premise of the article is structured. It takes for granted the fall of the Iranian government would be the natural or expected outcome of the war. In other words, the headline itself implicitly legitimizes the very objective of the Israeli entity attack: regime change. Now listen to how the article itself describes this objective. Reuters writes, on the day Israel launched its joint air war with the US, its Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, our joint action will create the conditions for the brave Iranian people to take their destiny into their own hands. However, in a statement on Tuesday, Netanyahu repeated that though Israelis' aspiration was to help Iranians cast off the yoke of the tyranny, that ultimately it is up to them, an apparent acknowledgement that a rising does not look imminent. What is striking here is the shift in tone. At the beginning of the war, the rhetoric coming from Tel Aviv was filled with confidence. The assumption seemed to be that military pressure would quickly trigger internal unrest inside Iran, and that the Iranian population would rise up and topple the government. But now, weeks into the confrontation, the language has changed. We hear phrases like, "it is up to them," and acknowledgements that such an uprising does not appear imminent. Now, Vanessa, let me bring you back in here. We have heard for years the same narrative repeated in Western policy circles, that pressure, sanctions, and eventually military confrontation would cause the Iranian population to rise against its government. But as this Reuters article itself now admits, that scenario does not appear to be unfolding. Now, my question to you is this: to what extent did the Israeli entity and Western planners miscalculate the internal dynamics of Iranian society, and does this reveal a deeper misunderstanding of how external aggression often produces the opposite effect, actually strengthening national cohesion rather than triggering regime collapse?
Absolutely. I mean, we know that there have been multiple attempts by the CIA, Mossad and MI6 to fund, incite and arm violent reactions against the Iranian government for years now, since the Islamic Revolution. They have established a vast network of NGOs and media outlets to wage the information war against the Iranian people inside Iran and also externally. They have failed. The Iranian diaspora effectively has no power inside Iran. On the contrary, they are now largely despised. Rather than divide the people, these destabilization operations have united them against the existential threat that they now face: the destruction of their culture, the murder of their children, the eradication of their history and heritage. Iranians are returning from outside Iran to stand with their people and defend their homeland. The West and the Zionist regime wanted to contain Iran. In fact, now they have a united Iran and a united resistance axis unleashed and confronting them with unassailable courage and unprecedented force. They're going to pay a very high price for this miscalculation.
Now, what both of these articles ultimately reveal is not just a debate about military strategy, but something far more revealing about the mindset driving much of Western media coverage. Thank you very much, Vanessa Beeley, investigative journalist and analyst, for joining us. And as the situation on the ground continues to evolve, the gap between these narratives and reality appears to be widening. We'll continue to expose that gap. Stay with us. In this segment, we examine how Western media manipulates perception of the ongoing conflict with Iran, framing retaliation as terror while downplaying the consequences of attacks on Iranian civilians. Today, we'll look at two reports that illustrate this bias. NBC News, how Iran's short-range missile and drone stockpile could shape the war's trajectory. The Sun, moment huge explosions tear through oil tankers as Iran bomb boats strike in Persian Gulf. For decades, Iran's missile program, both long-range and short-range, has been discussed in Western security circles, primarily as a threat. But what is often omitted from that conversation is that the fundamental principle behind such capabilities, deterrence. Iran developed its missile arsenal precisely because it has been under continuous military and economic pressure for years. Sanctions, covert operations, assassinations of scientists, cyber attacks, and constant threats of military strikes created an environment in which Tehran concluded that the only reliable deterrent was the ability to impose serious cost on any aggressor. Had Zionist Israeli leadership properly calculated the implications of that deterrence, it might have thought twice before pressuring the start button on a war that has now dragged the United States directly into the confrontation. Because the moment this war began, every American base, installation and strategic asset across the region instantly became a potential target, from the Persian Gulf monarchies to occupied Palestine, the entire regional military architecture suddenly found itself within range of Iranian retaliation. Now let's look at how mainstream media attempt to frame this reality. This next video, dear viewers, comes from NBC News titled "How Iran's Short-Range Missile and Drone Stockpile Could Shape the War's Trajectory." Let's watch.
When the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran February 28th, Iran responded with its own missiles and drones, hitting Israel and U.S. bases, but also Gulf Arab countries, a fuel depot at Kuwait Airport, an oil refinery in Bahrain, a luxury hotel in Dubai. One of the questions as we enter week 2 of the conflict, how much of its arsenal does Iran have left?
Before the war, they were estimated to have around 2,000 or more medium-range ballistic missiles, that is, missiles that Iran could fire from its own territory to hit Israel, and about 400 plus launchers.
Israel and the U.S. claim to have destroyed hundreds of those missiles and launchers, as well as manufacturing facilities. But Iran has a significant shorter-range missile stockpile, and that number is harder to estimate. Those are missiles that travel a few hundred kilometers and can hit U.S. bases and other targets in the Arabian Gulf. Their number perhaps still in the thousands, according to experts we spoke with, and are sometimes challenging to target from the air.
What you just heard is a familiar pattern in Western reporting. The focus is placed on counting missiles, estimating stockpiles, and speculating about how many weapons Iran might still possess. But notice what is missing from the discussion. The report frames Iran's missile capabilities almost exclusively as a destabilizing factor, without acknowledging the sequence of events that triggered their use. The narrative begins with Iran's retaliation rather than with the decision by Zionist Israel, alongside the United States, to initiate a large-scale military assault on Iranian territory. In other words, the missiles are presented as the story rather than the war that made their development inevitable. And yet, ironically, the same report admits something very important, that Iran's short-range missile stockpile may still number in the thousands, and that these systems are difficult to eliminate from the air. That admission alone reveals why the assumption of a quick military victory was always unrealistic. Now let's move to another example of how sensationalism works in Western tabloid media. This video comes from The Sun, titled "Moment Huge Explosions Tear Through Oil Tankers as Iran Bomb Boat Strike in Persian Gulf." Notice the language. Immediately. Dramatic, catastrophic, and designed to evoke fear before viewers even see the footage. Let's watch.
طبعا هذا النسبي مو وحده ولد.
What is remarkable about the coverage like this is not just the imagery, but the emotional vocabulary used to describe it. For outlets like The Sun, a burning oil tanker instantly becomes terrifying, horrifying, and a symbol of chaos, threatening global stability. The viewer is encouraged to see this single act of retaliation as proof of uncontrollable aggression. But let's compare that language with how similar outlets cover other events in the same war. When residential neighborhoods across Tehran are bombed, when civilian infrastructure is destroyed, when young girls are killed in the cities like Minab, the tone suddenly becomes far more restrained. The words terrifying and horrifying disappear. Instead, we hear phrases like military targets, precision strikes, or strategic operations. So the emotional framing changes depending on whose suffering is being shown. If Iranian civilians are killed, it is explained away as part of war. But if an oil tanker linked to American economic interests burns in retaliation, suddenly it becomes a spectacle of terror and global alarm. That is not journalism. That is narrative engineering. We now examine how social media is exposing both the massacres carried out by the Israeli entity in Lebanon and the Lebanese government's controversial moves towards disarming Hezbollah. Here are the headlines. Israel carries out a beach massacre in Beirut. President Aoun, ban on Hezbollah military activities in Lebanon is final. Social media has become one of the few spaces where the truth about what is happening on the ground in Lebanon can be seen and heard. While mainstream Western media often ignores or downplays the massacres carried out by the Israeli entity, users on platforms like X and Telegram are exposing the attacks in real time, documenting both the human cost and deliberate targeting of civilians. At the same time, we are witnessing a deeply troubling political maneuver by the Lebanese government, which is reportedly attempting to rush into direct talks with Zionists Israel to disarm Hezbollah, a move that would betray the Lebanese people and their resistance. These posts and videos provide a raw, unfiltered perspective that the mainstream refuses to show, revealing both the horror inflicted on innocent civilians and the duplicity of certain political actors. Let's start with the first post by Robert in Kleish. Breaking, Israel carries out a beach massacre in Beirut. An Israeli strike reportedly targeted displaced people's tents in the Raml al-Baida beach area. A huge number of dead and injured. An outrageous war crime reminiscent of the massacres carried out in Gaza. This post also includes a 6-second video capturing the instant the drone strike hit. The footage is shocking, but it is precisely this raw documentation that the Western media refuses to show. Let us see the footage together. An original Israeli entity attack, as always, targeting innocent civilians in the heart of the capital, Beirut. Next, we have a post by Linda Ma'moun. A horrific massacre just took place on the Beirut beach, and there isn't a single headline about it in Western media. There was wall-to-wall coverage of the Bondi beach attacks. But Arabs are so dehumanized that Israel can slaughter displaced Lebanese people living in tents on the beach, and it doesn't even make the news. This post highlights the systematic erasure of Arab suffering from global headlines, a glaring double standard that devalues the lives of Lebanese civilians. To help unpack this further, I'm joined by social media expert and analyst Miriam Sharabati. Hello and welcome, Miriam. Given the scale of these attacks and the silence in the international press, what strategies can social media users and activists deploy or employ to ensure these atrocities are documented and cannot be ignored by the global community?
Hi, Farah. So basically, each and every one of us should be turned into an account of archive, right? So our accounts will be shut down. We should have backup archives on our laptops, on our hard drives. This is the only way to do it, and we learned this from the genocide in Gaza, when people started putting together those archives into lawsuits, right? Accounts started shutting down, certain videos started being erased from the internet. So each and every one of us should become kind of an archival entity, and that's the only way to do it.
Next, we turn to another example of what the netizens are calling the Lebanese government's treacherous moves. A recent article in Reuters carries the headline, "Ban on Hezbollah military activities in Lebanon is final. President Aoun." The article reports that Lebanon's president has declared Hezbollah must immediately hand over its weapons to the state, emphasizing that the government alone holds the authority over matters of war and peace. On X, Byron Z responded with yes, at President Aoun of Lebanon would gladly roll out a red carpet for the Zionist invaders. The Lebanese president is a traitor. This post captures the outrage many Lebanese feel toward the government that appears ready to disarm its own people and undermine the resistance, effectively betraying the very citizens it is supposed to protect. Finally, we have a post from Phoenicia Q, who writes, Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, we are ready for all forms of negotiation with Israel. The post includes a photo of Salam, which triggered a fierce reaction from Jennifer Lowenstein, who posted, Nawaf Salam is a traitor to the Lebanese people, to Lebanon, to the Shia Muslims, to the Lebanese armed forces, and to Hezbollah, and to anything resembling human decency. This reaction highlights the depth of anger and sense of betrayal even among non-Lebanese citizens toward leadership that seems willing to appease Zionist Israel at the expenses of national sovereignty. Let us discuss this further, Miriam. Given the Lebanese government's recent statements and apparent eagerness to negotiate with Zionists, what are the potential consequences for Hezbollah, for Lebanese national security, and for public trust in the government?
Well, here, this is not unprecedented. So let's go back to 1st August 23, 1982. Bashir Gemayel was brought in atop an Israeli tank for the presidency of Lebanon. That did not last long. On September 14, he was assassinated, and that assassination has largely been known as popular decision to reject Zionism, to reject the Israeli occupation of Lebanon. And so later down that route, as the Lebanese war continued, on May 17, 1983, there was the agreement, the peace agreement that was being signed between Lebanon and Israel. And then on February 6th, there was the Intifada in Beirut that turned the tables over. So also by a popular choice, backed by the Syrian government of the time. And so when we look at all of that, we can see that there have been many attempts for governments to kind of take hold of negotiations while not being able to control the ground. And so the popular decision is the decision that usually succeeds and ultimately emerges victorious. And so in this case, I don't think it will be any different. At the time, the Israelis wanted to negotiate with the Lebanese government. Today, the Israelis don't even want to negotiate with the Lebanese government. It's just the Lebanese government that is looking to negotiate with somebody that doesn't want to negotiate with them at a time where it does not control the ground.
On the other hand, this growing pattern of betrayal and media silence underscores why social media remains crucial for exposing the truth. Thank you very much, Miriam, for helping us unpack these developments. Stay with us. We have much more to unpack. In our figures segment tonight, we take a close look at how the third week of the war against Iran is reshaping the military, psychological and economic landscape of the region. Here are the headlines. Unity of arenas become unified command. Iran and Hezbollah coordinate wave 40 strikes across occupied Palestine. Inside Zionist Israel, sirens targeted bases and growing psychological pressure. Energy front, opens oil surpasses $100 as Iran's exports continue. It's week 3 of the Zionist American aggression on Iran. One thing is becoming impossible to deny. The battlefield has fundamentally changed. What we are witnessing now is not scattered fronts or isolated exchanges. It is a coordinated multi-theater confrontation run through what can only be described as a single operational fire command. For the first time, Iran and Hezbollah have issued joint operational statements confirming that the so-called unity of arenas has has evolved into something far more serious, a synchronized command structure stretching from Lebanon to the Persian Gulf. And the message was delivered with force in what was described as Wave 40, a 5-hour coordinated strike targeted dozens of sites across occupied Palestine. Iran's heavy missile systems, including Khaybar Shikan, Fattah and Khurram Shahar, were deployed alongside Hezbollah's precision rockets and drone swarms. The objective was clear: overwhelm Zionist Israelis' layered defense systems and expose the vulnerability of its so-called technological shield. Reports indicate strikes against sensitive installations, including intelligence facilities in Tel Aviv, the Beit Lid paratrooper base, naval infrastructure in Atlit, and the strategic Mount Meron surveillance site. Inside Zionist Israel, the psychological impact is unmistakable. Sirens, shelter runs, and mounting public anger are rapidly eroding the narrative of security that the Israeli entity leadership promised its population. And this is where the story becomes even more uncomfortable for Washington and Tel Aviv. Because this war is no longer only about missiles. It's about economics and energy leverage as well. While the United States scrambles to tap its strategic petroleum reserves, global markets are already reacting. Oil prices have surged past $100 per barrel, sending shockwaves through Western economies. Meanwhile, a stunning contradiction has emerged. Iran continues exporting roughly 2.1 million barrels of oil per day, even exceeding its pre-war levels, while disruptions across the Gulf are shocking the ability of several U.S. allies to export their own energy. In other words, the country Washington hoped to isolate is still selling oil, while others are being squeezed. What we are witnessing now is not a short campaign, it is a war of alteration on every level: military, economic and psychological. And finally, in our Voices segment for tonight, we turn to a powerful voice from social media pushing back against official narratives coming out of Washington. Versatile, award-winning broadcaster Alex Perlman, known online as Perlmania 500 and followed by more than 1.3 million people on Instagram, takes on U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth after his claim that the U.S. did not start the war. Let's watch what Alex Perlman had to say.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it.
You literally started the war. Pete, there is no "we didn't start the war." You literally started the war. Pete, you changed your title to Secretary of War because you love war so much. You started the war. Pete, everybody went to bed Friday night. Everybody went to bed Friday night. No war. We woke up Saturday morning to war. Everyone woke up to a war because you started it. At 11 p.m., the president called you, and he knew you'd be awake because you were probably doing Jaeger bombs because you love bombing so much, like your own liver. And he said, "Pete, I need a distraction. Give me a war." And then you grabbed your phone and said, "ChatGPT, I need a distraction. Give me a war." And then ChatGPT gave you a war. And then you named it Operation Epic Fury because your brain is a PlayStation 2. You stupid man. You started this war, and you don't even know how to finish it. You're lying to everyone. You're gaslighting people so much. On every way, you're literally gaslighting people. You're literally burning oil fields on the other side of the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that we conclude our expose for tonight right here on Press TV. Until next week, question the headline, trace the source, and never surrender your judgment.
Almost 3 weeks into the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran, their strategic plans are falling apart. The objective was clear: cripple Iran's military, dismantle its leadership. On day one, they martyred senior commanders and the leader of the Islamic Revolution. They hit military installations. They hit residential areas, hospitals, schools, 1,500 people dead, more than 200 of them students. And yet, Washington and Tel Aviv have failed. Iran has not broken. Instead, the response has been swift, organized, deadly. Iran has now launched numerous waves of its Operation True Promise 4. Each wave more precise than the last. U.S. military bases across the Persian Gulf, Israeli command centers, hit with precision-guided missiles. Iran has also taken control of the Strait of Hormuz. American-Israeli-linked vessels denied passage. Global oil markets rippling. Washington's traditional leverage in the region undermined. Western media tries to censor the losses, but the truth leaks out. Damaged aircraft, disabled radar systems, American defense circles now admit Iranian missile technology has challenged decades of presumed U.S. superiority. Unable to win militarily, the enemy shifted tactics, tried to destabilize from within, incite protests, trigger economic panic, force regime change. It backfired. From Tehran to Mashhad, Shiraz to Tabriz, millions have taken to the streets. Not just government supporters, even critics of the system united against aggression. Internal divisions dissolving in the face of external threats. And while the bombs fall, the country keeps running. Essential goods are available. No panic buying, no shortages. Tehran's metro still operating. Emergency management infrastructure working. This is not luck. This is decades of preparation, sanctions, and pressure-forced self-reliance. A nation under assault, functioning with discipline. The balance of power in West Asia is shifting. Iran's doctrine, deterrence, strategic depth, indigenous innovation, is holding its ground against technologically superior adversaries. And on the global stage, nations across Asia, Africa, and Latin America see this for what it is: unjustified aggression. Iran's right to self-defense, enshrined in international law, is gaining recognition. What was meant to weaken Iran has done the opposite. The aggression exposed Western strategic miscalculation. It revealed Iranian resilience. It showed the world a nation that under fire does not fracture, it unites.
Welcome to a new episode of Guest and Dialogue. The entire world is fighting Iran. Some are fighting passively and some are fighting actively. Yet, up to this very moment, Iran continues to prove that it is capable and powerful, both on the ground and in the face of all the psychological and media warfare waged against it. Our guest in this episode is the Lebanese writer and journalist, Ms. Rola Nasser. Welcome to you.
Welcome, Mr. Faisal, and thank you for having me.
To begin, how do you analyze this war from a panoramic view? Iran was aggressed upon. The world gathered all its capabilities to fight Iran, and yet Iran remains present on the ground and in the arena on all levels. If you were to summarize this main headline, how does Rola Nasser read this war on Iran?
Firstly, this is proof of Iran's greatness. If Iran were not this great and strong, a formidable barrier against the major projects, the most dangerous and important of which is the Greater Israel Project, the entire world would not have united against it to fight it. Iran is fighting the whole world alone, with its own capabilities, its strength, and its faith. And with God's will, Iran will certainly be victorious.
In your opinion, is Iran paying the price for its defense of the Palestinian cause? Is this the foundation for everything that has been happening to Iran for decades now?
Absolutely. The fierce attack began from the moment the so-called Israeli flag was removed from the building of the embassy in Tehran, and they raised the Palestinian flag in its place, and it became the Palestinian embassy. I mean, since the date of the victory of the Islamic Revolution. This is in addition to many other reasons, including the greed for Iran's wealth and resources, not just Palestine, its oil and mineral wealth, and the intellectual development that Iran possesses.
It's as if you're saying it's a war on the Iranian mind as well.
Certainly, because the United States and the barbaric West do not like to see a society, a state, or a country this strong, capable of producing and relying on itself, not a consumer country. As long as you're a consumer country buying the goods they produce and export to the rest of the world, then you are acceptable to them. This war this time has many facets: economic, religious, ideological, and others.
طيب إذا ما أردنا الآن أن نستعرض يعني منذ بداية هذه الحرب.
If we want to now review this aggressive war on Iran from the beginning, the assassination of various leaders from the very first moment, systematic destruction and targeting, attempts to tamper with internal stability, demonizing Iran and portraying Iran as an enemy to neighboring and Arab countries. Amidst all this, what has struck you about the fact that Iran is still capable, present, ready and defiant? What are the main factors you see for this Iranian capability? Or let's say, what is Iran's secret so far?
There is no secret. Iran declared from the very first moment, at the beginning of the negotiations, that it was ready for any war that the US and Israel might launch against it. It said it had prepared many scenarios. We know how the Iranian mind plans for distant stages, and the Iranians have calculations for all possible scenarios, including the beginning of the assassination of the supreme leader, Sayyid Ali Khamenei, may God have mercy on him, and all the leaders who were martyred, also the martyrdom of Mr. Ali Larijani, may God have mercy on him and all the martyrs. Iran was fundamentally fully prepared and had warned of this. Therefore, I was not surprised, because we know the extent of the power Iran possesses. Many scoff and say we cannot stand against the US and Israel because they have air superiority and etc. But on the other side, there's also the doctrine of resistance, whose flame cannot be extinguished by the martyrdom of a leader. This is what we learned from our resistance here in Lebanon, where many leaders were martyred, but the march continued. And here we are now, after the recent fierce war against Lebanon in which many leaders were martyred, foremost among them Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah. You feel that whenever a new leader is martyred, the spirit of revolution is reborn within us, and we return stronger than ever.
Allow me to ask you the following question in a somewhat bold way. You are a Lebanese Christian woman, a journalist, and you run a media platform. You meet many guests in Lebanon, Iran, Iraq, and various parts of the world. I want to ask you about the extent of media talk that has begun discussing the miscalculation by the US administration and the Zionist entity regarding the course of the aggressive war on Iran. In your opinion, what is the miscalculation that Trump, the US administration, and also some officials in the Israeli entity, led by Netanyahu, fell into? Where is the miscalculation in your view?
I believe the main reason is arrogance. It's that mindset that thinks anything it desires in the world it can obtain just by thinking of wanting it, even before asking for it. And this isn't the first time they've tried this.
Yet this isn't just arrogance. It's relying on the principle of excessive, supposedly superior force.
They possess this power, but they didn't expect Iran to respond in such a violent manner because they believe no party can resist them, their weapons, and their desires. What's notable is that media worldwide has become convinced of this theory, convinced that Trump entered this battle without a clear strategy, without prior thought, without clear plans to execute a decisive blow and end it quickly, except for some Lebanese and Arab media specifically, which blames Iran for defending itself, while no one talks about how a sovereign state was attacked without any justification in the middle of negotiations. And this isn't the first time. This proves that this sick mentality suffers from this arrogance. For example, go to Venezuela, kidnap its president. A sovereign state was aggressed upon, yet no one came out to speak or condemn. The same thing is happening with Iran. They didn't expect there would be such a strong and powerful rush to self-defense, as a legitimate right. I want to say something regarding the Arab countries, if you allow me. These countries blame Iran for attacking Arab countries without reason. This theory has collapsed because we all know what U.S. bases are doing in the Persian Gulf states. Besides targeting Iran with missiles and planes launched from the Persian Gulf states, they are also centers for espionage, intelligence, the CIA, the Mossad, and conspiracies. This is something they themselves have admitted. Yesterday, Donald Trump thanked specific countries like Saudi Arabia and the UAE, etc., for being great in playing their role. Unfortunately, during this war, regardless of its outcome, whether Iran is victorious or not, the first to pay the price will be the Persian Gulf states.
أول حدا حيدفع الثمن هن دول الخليج.
Well, reports prove that these bases didn't just have this role during this war, but long before that. They have played a role in the hostility towards Iran, monitoring, and espionage on Iran. In any case, you are thus attributing the reasons to the Iranian national character, to this heritage that the state preserves, the historical legacy, in contrast to so-called states trying to benefit from power now. I want to ask you a question here. Iran has always said that any aggressive war against it would turn into a regional war, and the situation now is that we see this war expanding significantly. Although it is still within the framework of Iran, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and Iraqi factions, practically, the geographical extension of this battle, which has begun to widen, has reached the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most important for commercial navigation and energy. How do you view the use of this card by Iran and the capability it has to control the Strait of Hormuz, and how do others view this?
وكيف ينظر الآخرون إلى هذا الأمر؟
Iran is managing the battle with great intelligence. It knows very well what hurts the American and the Israelis, including the Strait of Hormuz. But at the same time, it hasn't used this card against its allied and friendly countries like Russia and China. That is, Iran partially closed the strait, and we began to witness the massive economic losses incurred by the U.S. economy and the economies of the Persian Gulf states. The strange thing is that they put Iran in a position where it was forced to defend itself fiercely to face the whole world at a time when Iran had not attacked any country and was a friend to all. We shouldn't forget how much aid it provided to Lebanon regarding construction and reconstruction.
But the demonization of Iran doesn't stop there. These people often harbor much malice towards Iran and claim Iran is responsible for what happened in some Arab countries. All this has become known because they don't want anyone to defend the Palestinian cause. And I believe, like you and many free people around the world, that Iran is paying a double price as a result of its defense of the Palestinian cause. But what's striking about the reality that began with the war on Iran is that after 2 days, Hezbollah entered the scene of this war and surprised the world. How did you read Hezbollah's entry into this battle, given that in its first statement it referred to avenging the blood of Imam Khamenei, but it followed that with a fundamental paragraph stating that entering this war is in defense of Lebanon against Israeli occupation? You are a daughter of South Lebanon. You have lived through the bitterness of the past occupation and what South Lebanon and all Lebanese areas from Baalbek to the Bekaa to the southern suburb have endured and are still enduring. How did you read Hezbollah's intervention, and how do you evaluate the performance of the resistance in Lebanon after these days of battles, which is a widespread war in every sense of the word?
I believe the decision to enter the war is the smartest decision for Hezbollah, to enter this battle at the very time Iran is fighting its battle against the West, or rather defending itself against the aggression against it. We waited 15 months for the Lebanese government, which pledged it would protect the Lebanese and talked about the army, the exclusivity of weapons, the state's prestige, and all these slogans that turn out to be lies. The state couldn't protect anyone. For 15 months, people were being martyred in the south and elsewhere, of course, in the Bekaa and the southern suburb, along with the systematic destruction of villages, preventing people from returning to their homes, and preventing any funds from being spent on reconstruction. This is the biggest proof that the state is gradually abandoning the south and is completely surrendering to the decisions of the American embassy. The Lebanese state's recklessness reached the point that on the day 3 Lebanese army soldiers were martyred, the presidential statement did not mention that their martyrdom resulted from an Israeli airstrike.
Why does the official Lebanese position deliberately conceal the perpetrator? And why did the Lebanese government go towards decisions that expose the back of the resistance and leave it vulnerable?
I cannot explain this outside the context of collision against the country and against the resistance. It seems that before they were appointed to their positions, they perhaps signed pledges in order to be appointed and selected for their posts. And now the time has come for implementation.
But even if we accept this premise, the logic of resistance is a legitimate logic, enshrined in local constitutions and legitimate internationally, and in all norms, religions, and ethical rules. What justifies Lebanon, on an official level, going in this direction, especially since the President of the Republic wouldn't have been elected president without the approval of the resistance, or at least the approval of what is called in Lebanon the Shiite duo? Is this how favors are returned? Is this how true officials act when the country is subjected to aggression? The Israeli today is ordering entire cities to evacuate. How do you see this, Rola Nasser, daughter of South Lebanon and here? By the way, I'm not revealing a secret if I say that you are from the same hometown as the President of the Republic.
Of course, we are from a town that suffered greatly from the Israeli occupation, and we used to stand at checkpoints to reach our town. The President of the Republic is well aware of this fact, just like every son of the South, and specifically Jabal Amel, who suffered from the occupation for many years. They agreed on certain points so that when we came to power, we will implement items 1, 2, and 3 for you.
So you're saying that official Lebanon is colluding against the resistance?
Of course.
And you mean that the President of the Republic is among these? Of course, this statement is your responsibility and expresses your personal opinion. But what will they achieve? What if the resistance can withstand and break the will of the Israeli occupation? What would any official in Lebanon gain then from this conspiracy or collusion?
It's not what if, it's absolutely certain that the resistance will be victorious. This isn't the first time we've seen the youth of the resistance, whom we today call the angels of the South, emerging from under the ground in destroyed villages, from beneath the rubble, and from within the mountains.
It's nice to hear this kind of optimism and this kind of belief from a Lebanese Christian woman.
No matter how much we talk about these young men, we cannot do justice to their sacrifices, their steadfastness, and the strength they possess. We, as a small country with no great capabilities, have these young men whom we are proud of and consider our source of strength, because they are the only ones who defended the South, who prevented the Israelis from infiltrating Lebanon. When the ceasefire was announced, the Israelis entered, destroyed, and continued their aggression, whereas when the resistance was the one confronting, Israelis couldn't infiltrate more than a few meters, despite all the military buildup then. We must hold on to these young men.
The resistance turned the scene that had prevailed for 15 months in Lebanon upside down. Today, the Lebanese government, headed by the executive authority, led by the President of the Republic, seems to want to flip the scene again, in one way or another, against the resistance. Today, there's talk about direct negotiations with the Israeli enemy. Ideas were proposed by Lebanon, picked up by the French, and there's talk of a French initiative in this context. How do you see this matter being possible, given the dangerous and sensitive Lebanese division, which some say may portend dire consequences?
Unfortunately, someone who lived through the civil war experience thinks it's a picnic that can be repeated at any moment. The resistance environment and any person who supports the resistance, not necessarily from the Shia sect, and here we are talking about the ideology of resistance, sees that they are being told you are forbidden to resist. You must absolutely surrender to an enemy that occupies your country, occupies Palestine, and has ambitions in all our countries. He has the Greater Israel Project. It's not Iran that champions the Greater Iran Project. We know there's a Greater Israel Project. I don't know why all this submission and prostration before the enemy to the point of recognizing the Israeli enemy. In the midst of war and aggression, and this is what hurts us most, is that while we are subjected to a silent genocide in Lebanon that began 15 months ago and continues today, the government offers free gifts to the occupation. Why? Truly, I don't know. What's happening is very strange.
غريب كثير اللي عم
In a message published by the martyr Ali Larijani hours before his martyrdom on his X account, he wondered why the whole world is silent, why the Arab and Islamic nation is silent, why the countries neighboring the Israeli entity are silent. He asked, what kind of Islam is this? What kind of countries are these to remain silent in the face of what is happening? How did you read this? How did you receive such a message, which was indeed a very moving message right before his martyrdom?
I was very touched by this message and his words because it reveals to us once again how cowardly the Arab world is, working against its own self-interest. They remain silent about the genocide happening in Gaza for over 2 years. Hundreds and thousands of people in Gaza are martyred every day, not to mention the wounded. Things have reached a point where people are being martyred due to hunger and cold, which perhaps has never happened in history before. And we, the countries surrounding besieged and wounded Gaza, just watch, and worse, we gloat at the people of Gaza. And the people of Gaza are Sunni Muslims. I apologize because I don't like to speak in this sectarian language, but
it's good to speak frankly. We must call things by their names.
So do you expect them to support Shia Iran? I don't know why the Arab countries go to this extent.
Do you think the sectarian factor also played a fundamental role in this, even though Trump doesn't care about anyone, Muslim, Sunni, Christian, or Druze? That's the last thing on his mind.
If only it were a sectarian issue. If it were, they would have supported the people of Gaza, who are predominantly Sunni.
What will these countries gain now by joining the ranks of American policy, being an enemy of Iran, or having their lands be a launch pad for aggression against Iran? Even in a strategic sense, what will they gain?
Nothing, just that they will trail behind in disgrace. Their economy is already collapsing, and all the infrastructure they built their economy, investments, and stability upon is now at the mercy of the wind due to a few missiles from Iran, which is defending itself, not aggressing.
Do you expect these countries to reconsider their calculations in the future?
I hope so, before it's too late. There's a Lebanese proverb, if it were going to rain, we would have seen clouds.
But in Lebanon, what prompts the President of the Republic to make a decision that many Lebanese cannot accept? And let's speak frankly, the resistance environment is larger than the Shiite sect, even though the matter now seems confined to the Shiite sect. What could the President of the Republic possibly gain from such a decision?
Again, nothing. He has ended his presidential term. Unfortunately, he ended it very early. There is a monumental failure in this tenure, including the government, not just regarding the issue of defending Lebanon and preserving its dignity and sovereignty against the Israeli enemy, but also failure at the level of the government and its performance. There are no medical services, no good roads, even the depositors' money in banks, for which more than one solution could have been found. We saw the government make the people bear the losses caused
caused by the government itself. In addition to people losing their money in banks, the government robs them anew through stupid decisions and failed economic policies. I also don't know why the Lebanese are still just watching to this day, as if they've entered a state of numbness from the sheer number of calamities. This tenure and this presidency ended itself very early.
Rola Nasser, if I ask you the final question, how do you see the horizon of this war on the Iranian level and on the Lebanese level? Do you see an end soon that could have tangible results?
Regarding the timing of the end of the war, I don't know. I can't predict.
How do you foresee the trajectory? Is it an escalating or de-escalating path?
لا تصعيدي اكيد لانه يبدو جنون ترامب رح ياخذوا.
Of course, it's an escalating path because it seems Trump's madness will lead him to the abyss, God willing. But I think certainly that Iran will be victorious because it has never happened before that evil triumphed over good, quite the opposite. We are beginning to see signs of disintegration. Trump's popularity is dropping significantly in polls. Even among his voters, they are starting to raise their voices, telling him, "We elected you on the basis of ending wars and lowering prices, and what we see is the opposite." We saw the resignation of the director of the National Counterterrorism Office, who wrote in his resignation letter that this war is unjustifiable for the American agenda. This had a significant resonance in the media. So this indicates that disintegration has begun, even if it needs more time.
هون فينا نقيس انه بلش التفكك يمكن اكيد بده شويه وقت يعني.
Hopefully this American hegemony over all countries of the region will be broken, Ms. Rola.
Excuse me, can I add something before we conclude the episode? I mentioned more than once, how is it that I, as a Christian, support the resistance? Resisting evil and injustice is at the core of the Christian faith. Yesterday I was talking to a friend and she said, if I had to choose between Israel and Iran, I would choose Israel because it is more civilized. It seems there's a huge ignorance about how the occupation government treats Christians in occupied Palestine.
There are hardly any Christians left in the occupied territories.
True. Their percentage is 1.8% and the only occasion they are allowed to celebrate is Easter. Just yesterday we were watching videos from the past war and this war showing how they prevented Christians from taking shelter with them in the shelters in clear racist discrimination. Meanwhile in Iran it's the complete opposite.
Hopefully the people of the region will hear and see these facts and realize that the United States does not want good for anyone. Ms. Rola Nasser, Lebanese writer and journalist, you were a dear guest on this program. Thank you for your presence. Dear viewers, thank you, and I'll meet you in a new episode. Peace be upon you.
Professor Mearsheimer, welcome here, my dear friend. Before we get to your analysis of Iranian impatience, Iranian patience and Trump impatience, I want to note that this is the 20th anniversary of one of the most groundbreaking books in the post-World War II era, your book that you wrote with Professor Stephen Walt, The Israel Lobby and U.S. Foreign Policy, which really opened up the eyes to the entire world of the influence that the lobby has on American foreign policy. Today, it seems like a vice, doesn't it?
Yes, it certainly does. I think that the lobby is as strong as ever today. And
even stronger than when you wrote this book and did all this research 25 years ago.
Yeah, I think that it's important to emphasize that the lobby operates at two levels. One is that it goes to enormous lengths to influence public discourse about Israel and the U.S.-Israeli relationship. And furthermore, it goes to great lengths to influence policy, actual government policy. In terms of actual government policy, it's clearly as strong as ever. Where it's really lost out is in terms of the discourse. The discourse is fundamentally changed. Criticism of Israel, criticism of the U.S. relationship with Israel has become abundant. It was almost unimaginable that we would be where we are today in terms of the public discourse when Steve and I wrote the article and then the book. So the discourse has changed. And the big question that you have to ask yourself is how long can the policy of supporting Israel no matter what remain in place in a world where the discourse and public opinion has changed so drastically?
Can overwhelming public opinion overcome the extraordinary wealth that the lobby has and the manner in which it has used that wealth, funding the political campaigns of 2/3 of the members of Congress?
Well, we're going to see moving forward because there's been a sea change inside the Democratic Party, and exactly how it plays out remains to be seen. I think it's hard to imagine someone like Rahm Emanuel or Josh Shapiro, who are both joined at the hip with Israel, becoming presidential or even vice presidential candidates inside the Democratic Party. And you already see Gavin Newsom distancing himself from Israel and from AIPAC. And I think that will be the trend in the Democratic Party moving forward. And then if you look at what's happening in the Republican Party, I think that Tucker Carlson is the wave of the future in the Republican Party. So I think that in terms of actual policymakers, that you're likely at some point in the future, hard to say where, you're going to get a change.
I usually wouldn't run a clip of Marjorie Taylor Greene with John Mearsheimer, but she does crystallize the problems in the Republican Party very nicely. This is from yesterday, Chris number 12.
Why would an American president lead his political party into the midterms waging a full-scale major war, completely unprovoked on Iran, on behalf of Israel? And that's the way most Americans see it. They see this is for Israel, not for America. Why would an American president do that, which is forcing gas prices to hike right here going into spring break, where families are going to be driving out of town, going into summer, declaring and waging a major full-scale war that seems to have no end in sight, that is not de-escalating, it's escalating every single day. And it just doesn't make sense. We said on every single rally stage, no more foreign wars, no more regime change. It's time to put America first, and this is a complete betrayal of those campaign promises.
To get into domestic politics with you, but she hits the nail on the head, doesn't she?
Yeah, there's no question about it. I agree with everything she says. It's quite remarkable, but I often find myself in agreement with Marjorie these days when she's talking about American foreign policy. And I would just note to you, going back to what I said earlier, the fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene is making those comments publicly today is really quite remarkable given the context that existed when Steve and I wrote the article and the book back in the day.
Right.
Public discourse has just changed in fundamental ways. And by the way, your show is a clear reflection of that.
The lobby can't be very happy with the way the war is going, can it?
No, this is a disaster, and they surely know that. These are basically very smart people who are in charge of the major organizations, and even the individuals who wield influence pretty much on their own are very smart, and they have to know that we and the Israelis have gotten ourselves into a real hole, and all we're really doing is digging here. And what's becoming clear is that this is a war for Israel. We had no interest, no national interest in going to war against Iran. And there's just a ton of evidence that President Trump was dragged into this war by Israel and Israeli supporters inside the United States. And that's one part of the story, but the other part of the story is that the war is going very badly, and hardly anyone I know can see how we come out of this winning. So if Israel is seen to be responsible for pulling us into a losing war, this will be, I think, disastrous for the lobby.
How would you even define winning a war like this?
Winning the war, as I always say, is largely a function of whether or not you achieve the objectives that you set out before the war started. People like to focus on battles and the assassination of this person or that person, but the key question is, what are your objectives, and are you likely to achieve those objectives? And almost everybody agrees that it's almost impossible to see how we're going to get regime change, how we're going to get Iran to give up its nuclear enrichment capability, its ballistic missiles, and its support for the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. How do we do that? Nobody can tell a story how we achieve those particular ends. And if you can't tell a story like that, you don't win the war.
I just wonder what kind of advice the president got if he's surrounded by yes men. There was that article, we talked about this in the Washington Post, very lengthy, very detailed, classic venue for the CIA and military people to leak information claiming that General Kane warned the president about these very things that are happening now, and the president wrote that, it's not true, it's not true, it's not true. Nobody believes him when he says these things. But they obviously, the people around the president, grossly miscalculated the resilience of the Iranian people, the strength of the Iranian government, and the asymmetrical nature of the Iranian military response.
Well, I think you have to be very careful when you talk about the people around him. I actually think in this case, the deep state, for lack of a better phrase, told him what was going to happen. It's now quite clear from press reports that he was told that the Iranians would shut the Strait of Hormuz. He was told that. And he just ignored it because he thought we would win a quick and easy victory, or a quick and decisive victory. So that would never become an issue, that meaning the shutting down of the strait. So he was getting, I believe, good advice from General Kane. General Kane was telling him that we did not have a serious military option here. The National Intelligence Council was telling him the same. The problem is that Benjamin Netanyahu and a handful of people who are profoundly tied to Israel, and this would include Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, had enormous influence on President Trump. And he listened to Netanyahu, he listened to Kushner, he listened to Witkoff, and he ignored the deep state here. And we went into this war without clear objectives, without a clear plan. And when you do that, and you're dealing with an adversary that has a rich history of fighting against Israel and its ally, the United States, and has learned a lot over time about how to wage that war, you're asking for serious trouble. And that's the situation we're in now.
How is this war viewed in the Kremlin, in your view, Professor Mearsheimer?
Oh, I think this is wonderful news for the Kremlin. They're the big winner in this one. First of all, let's just talk about gas and oil prices. because of this war, it's very important to understand that the administration has a vested interest in allowing as much oil as possible to get out into the market. Most people don't understand this, but Iranian oil is being exported around the world in the same amounts that it was being exported around the world before the war started. You just want to understand that. Iranian oil is flowing through the Strait of Hormuz. It's the Gulf states that can't get the oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran can. And why is the administration allowing Iran to sell its oil around the world, send its oil to China and to India? Because we need as much oil as possible out on the international market so that the price of oil doesn't go too high.
Right.
Same basic logic applies with regard to Russia. President Trump basically took most of the sanctions off of Russian oil because he wants Russian oil to flow out into the international market so that prices stay as low as possible. So Russia is a huge winner in this regard. And Iran, as I pointed out, is in an excellent position to continue the war because it's not being economically throttled. Okay, back to Russia. Not only did they get relief from these sanctions, what this also means is that we don't have weaponry that we can give to Ukraine because we're using it up in the Middle East. So what's happening here is that the prospects that Ukraine will lose on the battlefield and that Russia will come out of this smelling like a rose is going up because of the Ukraine war. It's really quite remarkable what's happening here. And just one other point that I believe I've made before on the show is that you want to understand that we consider our principal goal to be containing China and East Asia. But what we're doing is weakening our forces in East Asia to deal with this war against Iran. We are not pivoting to Asia. We are pivoting away from Asia because of this crazy war against Iran.
Wow. I'm going to ask you about China in a minute, but basically what you have just described is economics 101. Now, wouldn't Scott Bessent or the Secretary of the Treasury or someone in Trump's orbit have explained this to him? You realize what's going to happen? You're going to add a lot of cash to Putin's treasury because he's going to be selling more oil and he's going to be selling it at a higher price. And all your blue-collar MAGA guys, when they go to fill up their pickup trucks, are going to say, why am I paying $4 and $5 a gallon for gas? I didn't fight this war. It has nothing to do with me.
The key point here that's essential to keep in mind is that President Trump thought that he was going to win a quick and decisive victory. He did not think that we would end up in a long war. And therefore, he didn't pay any attention to these problems. Remember what I said a few minutes ago about closing the Strait of Hormuz. He was told that the Iranians were likely to close the strait. He ignored that warning because he thought we would finish them off. It would either be a decapitation strategy that brought Iran to its knees, or it would be shock and awe, or it would be a rapid punishment campaign. But this war, in President Trump's mind and in Prime Minister Netanyahu's mind, was not going to go on and on. It was going to be a quick and decisive victory. So all these issues that you're now raising were ignored or not even addressed.
Wow. How is the Financial Times reports that Russian oil companies are collecting $150 billion a day over what they had been collecting during the sanctions period as a result of the increase in the price of oil. That is extraordinary. I'm not familiar with the Russian tax scheme, but somehow that has to be contributing marvelously to the Kremlin's treasury.
I think that's 150 million. I'm not absolutely sure.
Sounds more reasonable that it will be 150 million. It's still a lot of money, $150 million a day.
There's absolutely no question about this. This war is a real boon for the Russians. It's really quite remarkable. I mean, if you begin to assess what's happened here, this war is catastrophic on so many dimensions. Just take the Europeans. Our relations with the Europeans were terrible before the war, but now they're worse than ever. President Trump wanted the Europeans to send naval forces to help the Americans crash through the Strait of Hormuz. And they refused. And if you look at how the Germans have reacted, it's really quite remarkable how hard-nosed that they have been with us. The Minister of Defense said, "This is not our war." Friedrich Merz, who is the German chancellor and usually dances to President Trump's tune, said that NATO is a defensive alliance. It's not an interventionist alliance.
Wow.
And as such, NATO has no role whatsoever to play in this war. Really quite remarkable. And it's true of countries all over the world who are our allies. They have refused to come into the fight. The Japanese, the South Koreans, the French, the British, and so forth and so on. And by the way, that's in large part because they understand this is a lost cause. They don't want to enter a war that is going to be lost by us.
Here's a very recent clip from President Trump. First lamenting that the United Kingdom won't help, and then saying, we don't need them. It's typical Trumpian. Chris?
If we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time. We have some that are really enthusiastic. They're coming already. This isn't need. Need would be one of the big boys. If we need their mine boats, or if we need anything, any piece of apparatus that they may have because of a situation that they have, they should be jumping to help us. We want them to come and help us with the strait. My attitude is we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them.
Where is he on this? I guess maybe he's lamenting the inevitable that Sir Keir Starmer has basically said to him, this is Israel's war, it's not ours.
Well, the problem is he's desperate here, right? He knows he has to open the strait and that he has to get oil from the Gulf states flowing back into the international oil market. He just knows he has to do that, but he has no way of opening the strait. You want to remember, the United States Navy is by far, and I'm choosing my words carefully here, it is by far the most powerful Navy in the world. And we have a huge chunk of that Navy in the Middle East, 2 carrier battle groups, for example. But we can't force our way through the Strait of Hormuz with that incredibly powerful Navy. So he goes out and he asks these other countries to send naval forces to help us. They don't have significant naval forces. None of these countries do. And even if they take what they have and they send those naval forces to the Middle East, and we launch a joint operation on the Strait of Hormuz, it's going to fail. It's not going to work. And that's why we alone have not tried to force our way through the Strait of Hormuz. You just can't do it. And the truth is, even if you can force your way through the Strait of Hormuz, it doesn't solve the problem, because once you're in the Persian Gulf, it's a rich target environment for Iranian cruise missiles, Iranian drones, and Iranian ballistic missiles that can target any ships that are in the Persian Gulf. And furthermore, the Iranians always have the option of just destroying the oil refineries, the oil installations of the Gulf states. So even if the straits are open, there's no oil to go through them. So the Iranians hold almost all the cards here, and it's hard to see how we can solve this problem, how President Trump, who's got himself into this war and got us into the war in the process, can figure out how to get out of it. There's just no way that anyone can see at this point in time to fix this problem.
How is this war viewed in Beijing?
Oh, I think that the Chinese are glad to see the United States shooting itself in the foot. This is going to increase Chinese influence not only in the Gulf in significant ways, but all around the world. If you ask yourself which country on the planet among the three great powers, the Chinese, the Russians, and the United States, looks like the responsible stakeholder in the system, and who looks like they are the least responsible, it's clearly the Americans who look the least responsible. States all over the world look at us and scratch their head and think we have lost their mind. And it's easy to understand why that's the case. The Chinese look like they're responsible stakeholders. And indeed, the Russians look the same. So we have done enormous damage to our diplomatic position around the world, which is to China's interest. We've done damage to our situation or our position in Europe and with the Gulf states, and this is going to work to China's advantage. I would make another point just about, international law and what the Israelis and the Americans have done to destroy it. And not only to destroy international law and international institutions, but to do great damage to diplomacy. Diplomacy has been used as a cover twice now to attack Iran. What kind of faith can the Iranians have in diplomacy, much less international law? Now, the reason this really matters that you want to pay attention to is it's related to the question of how do we shut down this war? It's quite clear that there's going to have to be sanctions relief and maybe some reparations, but at least significant sanctions relief to get the Iranians to end the war. But also, the Iranians are not going to end the war unless they can get some sort of guarantee that the United States and Israel won't pay a return visit. They won't come back and attack them. Remember, there was a war last June, and here we are in March, and there's another war, right, in less than a year's time. Who's to say if the war ends now that in less than a year's time, the Israelis and the Americans won't attack Iran again? So the Iranians are going to want some sort of guarantee that that won't happen. And in a world where international law has gone out the window and diplomacy has gone out the window, and you can't trust the Israelis or the Americans as far as you can throw them, please tell me how you work out a diplomatic solution to this war. How do you convince the Iranians that you won't pay them a return visit? So all of this behavior on the part of the Israelis and the Americans is just making it incredibly difficult to figure out how you shut this war down in the end.
Welcome to the Media Stream in times of war. On the Lebanese front, the war is no longer defined by defensive posture. It has evolved into a calculated, methodical ground engagement that is steadily eroding Israeli entity military capacity. What we are witnessing is not sporadic resistance activity, but a structured battlefield campaign. The numbers alone tell a compelling story. At least 26 Merkava tanks have been destroyed, alongside a broader tally of 35 military assets, including armored vehicles and drones. These are not symbolic losses. The Merkava platform represents the backbone of Zionist Israel's ground forces, designed for survivability, layered defense, and urban warfare. Its repeated neutralization signals a critical vulnerability. This is why the battlefield has earned a new description, a grinder of armor. The The resistance has shifted from reactive tactics to precision ambush warfare. Anti-armor operations are no longer isolated. They are sustained, repeated, and geographically spread across engagement zones. This suggests a high degree of intelligence coordination, battlefield discipline, and logistical continuity. But perhaps more revealing than the battlefield itself is the narrative collapse inside Zionist Israel. Israeli entity media voices, some of them unusually candid, have begun openly mocking official military statements. One journalist sarcastically noted, "After destroying 97.4% of launch platforms, we are left with 100% liars." This is not just criticism, it is a fracture in internal confidence. When the information front begins to crack, it reflects deeper operational failures. At the same time, attempts to shift the battlefield through targeted assassinations beyond Lebanon, particularly inside the Islamic Republic of Iran, have failed to produce strategic results. Even Israeli entity outlets have acknowledged that such operations have not destabilized their adversaries. This leaves Zionist Israel in tightening dilemma. On the ground in Lebanon, its forces are unable to secure decisive advances. Every armored push is met with attrition. Every incursion carries a rising cost, and every withdrawal reinforces the perception that control of the battlefield is contested, if not slipping. The resistance, meanwhile, is not rushing toward escalation for its own sake. Its approach reflects controlled pressure, inflicting steady losses while avoiding overextension. This balance is what makes the current phase particularly dangerous for Zionist Israel. It is being drained, not shocked. In military terms, this is not a war of rapid breakthroughs. It is a war of endurance. And in such wars, the side that controls the rhythm of attrition ultimately shapes the outcome. And right now, on the Lebanese front, that rhythm is no longer being dictated by Zionist Israel. The war against the Islamic Republic of Iran is no longer a distant confrontation. It is a conflict whose costs are rapidly expanding, drawing the United States deeper into both military and economic strain. As deployments increase and political resistance grows, the consequences of escalation are beginning to outpace the strategy behind it. Let us watch more in this following report. This is no longer a distant war. It is a war with a mounting price tag, and that price is being paid increasingly by the United States. Let's start with the numbers. One of the most advanced assets in the US Navy, a carrier valued at $13 billion has been forced out of the theater. Not destroyed, but withdrawn under pressure following an onboard incident. Symbolically and strategically, that matters. Aircraft carriers are not just weapons, they are statements of dominance, and when one leaves the battlefield under these conditions, the message resonates far beyond the Persian Gulf. Now consider the response. Instead of scaling back, Washington is escalating. An additional 2,200 Marines are being deployed as part of a rapid reinforcement effort centered around amphibious assault capabilities. This is not routine rotation. It is contingency positioning, preparing for a wider breakdown in regional stability. And then comes the most significant figure, $200 billion.
As far as $200 billion, I think that number could move, obviously. It takes money to kill bad guys.
That is the emergency funding request now facing resistance inside of Congress. Lawmakers are pushing back, not out of isolationism, but out of recognition. Recognition that this is a war without clear limits, without a defined endpoint, and increasingly without public support. Because the cost does not stop at military spending, it extends into the global economy. With rising threats to energy routes, oil prices are projected to reach $110 per barrel. At that level, the consequences are immediate. Inflation spikes, supply chains strained, and economic growth slows worldwide. Now shift to the political dimension, specifically Benjamin Netanyahu. His recent virtual address to Israeli entity colonial settlers was not a declaration of strength. It was a signal of strain, speaking to a population increasingly confined to shelters. Facing continuous incoming fire, he offered a familiar promise: continued assassinations of Iranian leadership. But here's the reality. When leadership targeting becomes the centerpiece of strategy, it often reflects a lack of viable alternatives. Because despite these promises, Iranian missile strikes continue to land across sensitive sites. Air defenses are active but never absolute. Daily life remains disrupted. This is the contradiction at the heart of the current moment. On one side, escalation costs, strained resources, and political resistance in Washington. On the other, a leadership in Zionist Israel doubling down on rhetoric, while the battlefield and the skies above it tell a more complicated story. This is what a war of choice begins to look like when it starts choosing its own consequences. Now, across the Iranian theater, the conflict has entered a phase defined not by vulnerability, but by layered, multi-domain resilience. The most immediate indicator of this shift is in the air. Within just 3 weeks of sustained confrontation, Iranian air defenses have reportedly intercepted and destroyed over 200 hostile aerial targets. This includes drones, cruise missiles, aerial refueling aircrafts, and advanced fighter jets. Among the most significant claims is the downing of multiple aircrafts, including an Israeli entity F-16 and F-15 over central Iran, followed shortly by another unidentified aircraft north of Isfahan. Whether viewed tactically or strategically, the implication is very, very clear. Iran is no longer operating under contested airspace. It is actively denying it. This represents a transformation. Modern warfare hinges on aerial superiority. By disrupting it, Iran is effectively neutralizing one of the primary advantages held by its adversaries. But the air domain is only one layer. On the strategic level, Iran has enforced near total airspace control through extended closures of its flight regions, particularly around Tehran. These measures are not merely defensive, they are preparatory. They signal anticipation of broader engagement, including potential strikes extending into maritime zones. And that brings us to the sea. Control over the Strait of Hormuz remains Iran's most powerful geopolitical lever. With warnings that conflict zones may extend into open waters, the message is unmistakable. Any escalation will carry direct consequences for global energy flows. This is not some theoretical leverage. It is immediate, measurable pressure on international markets. On land, Iran has demonstrated depth rather than exposure. Despite coordinated strikes targeting critical infrastructure, there is no indication of systematic breakdown. Military command structures remain intact. Air defenses are still active. Counter-strike capabilities are clearly preserved. This reflects a doctrine built not around preventing attacks entirely, but absorbing and responding without collapse. Perhaps most importantly, Iran is synchronizing these domains, air, land, and sea, into a unified deterrence posture. Air defenses blunt incoming strikes. Maritime positioning threatens economic disruption. Ground stability ensures continuity of command. Together, they create a layered shield that is not easily penetrated. This is why escalation carries such high risk, because every additional strike does not simply test Iran's defenses. It activates a broader response matrix that extends beyond the battlefield and into the global economy. In that sense, Iran's advancement is not just military. It is strategic positioning at a level where the cost of a confrontation is no longer confined to just one country, one front, or even one region. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Stay connected and stay ahead of the story by following us on Telegram and on X for real-time updates from across West Asia, right here on Press TV's The Mideast Stream. Assalamu alaikum.
The title of your recent podcast is Americans Have Lost the War in West Asia. That puts you among the few who have dared to call the outcome of this widely unpopular aggression the US and Israel have launched against Iran. What makes you so sure so early?
See, it's very clear, sorry, that the Americans never had a clear objective, because when you start a war, you need a clear objective that includes the center of gravity of the war. And based on that, in this case, the center of gravity is the Strait of Hormuz. But the center of gravity that was chosen by the Trump administration, it was regime change. So based on the center of gravity, then you do a war appreciation. And based on that, then you do the war planning. So the long and short is, as far as the Americans are concerned, there was the wrong center of gravity of war, there was no war appreciation, there was no war planning, and on top of that, now it's coming to light that they actually do not have the the adequate stocks of interceptors, they don't have the stocks of missiles, and everything is basically very limited because the whole thing was not planned at all. Whereas on the other side, the Iranians were very clear. The Iranians were expecting a regime change because they have gone through this exercise in the 12-day war that happened in June 2025, and after that, they decided that a unity of command or a centralized command is not a good thing. We need to decentralize the command. Now, what this means in military terms, when you talk of a decentralization of command, is that the unity of command is not important, the unity of effort is important. What that means is that you coordinate. You don't need a leader, you just coordinate between various commands that you have created. So they were well prepared, and on top of that, if you see the type of preparations, so much underground tunnels they have. In fact, I was watching a visual and I was quite amazed that even these missiles that they are firing from underground tunnels. So the missile comes up and then it takes off to wherever it has to go, and depending on the type of missile. So they have done extensive preparation, perhaps over 15 to 20 years, and certainly learnt all the right lessons from the 12-day war. And here is the last thing. They have the backing of China and Russia, and China and Russia today in the multipolar world, they are great powers. They are great powers like America is. So when you have so much of backing, then it is very clear that they are not they will not accept a ceasefire. What they are saying repeatedly is what we want is a permanent solution. And they've also spelled out what a permanent solution will look like. The most important demand of theirs is that the Americans shut down their bases from the Middle East. That is their demand, and they are willing to fight and see the consequence of what has happened in the first 13 or 14 days. I mean, today, of course, is the 18th day. Because they have closed the Strait of Hormuz, the Persian Gulf is closed, the Gulf of Oman is not available. So already there is a growing global energy crisis in the world. Now that is impacting the petrodollar, and that in turn will impact the American economic dominance of the world. So when you see all this, then you realize that nothing was prepared here. They simply are not prepared for this war. So one of the things when you look at war is, you look at the will of the two sides. In the case of Iran, for them this was a war of survival. So they have the will to fight, they'll fight, and they've done adequate preparation. As I said, they identified the war, correct the center of gravity, then what else is there? And now President Trump says that, look, I can always leave and I can go back, I have enough oil, and all the other countries who have a problem with oil, they can directly negotiate with the Iranians. Well, you can't go away also. Why you can't go away is then what will happen
all these GCC countries where you have the bases, the Americans have the bases, they will then be asking and wondering and saying it aloud that if the Americans cannot protect our oil and gas passage through the Strait of Hormuz and to the world market, why must they have the American bases on their soil? So basically, President Trump today is in a very difficult situation, and now the Americans are openly saying, I mean, if you see now this Director National Counterintelligence, Joe Kent, he has resigned, a handpicked man by President Trump, and he has said very clearly that Iran poses no threat to America, and this war that President Trump has launched, it is basically a war at the behest of the Israel lobby in America. It can't get clearer than that. And the mega base of President Trump obviously is very disappointed, and the prices of oil, of gas, of food, everything is rising in America. So he has a problem.
Let's look at this first from a military standpoint and then the massive economic ramifications. You, of course, mentioned the Russian and Chinese help to the Iranians. There's obviously, most of this is speculation in the sense that neither country has admitted or acknowledged any particular help, and for good reason. You know, strategic ambiguity is the name of the game, especially when you're in a hot war like this. How do you see the difference? Okay, two questions on this. What do you think is the Chinese and Russian help? And then what do you think Iran learned in the intervening 8 months between June, or put into effect in the intervening 8 months between the June war and the launch on February 28th?
So you see, there is enough evidence to say that that China and Russia, they are backing Iran. And why I say that is that in January of 2026, Iran, which was on the GPS, it shifted from GPS to the Chinese system, which is Beidou 3 satellite constellation, which, as far as the military is concerned, in military terms, is far better than the GPS because it is modern. Therefore, all the missiles and the drones that they are firing now, which is not the case in the 12-day war we saw this time, they are absolutely accurate. Then there is more evidence that when the crisis happened and the war had not started, there was news that the strategic helicopters of China, which are called Y-20, and they can carry a payload of something like 66 tons, 19 or 20 of them, they brought the material, they brought the things from China to Iran. Then we know that all the Iranian oil, which they are exporting even now as the war goes on, it goes to China. And there is a report that on the way back, one of the oil tankers, it had missile fuel, which is called propellant. So propellant is required for the indigenous manufacture of missiles, all the facilities that they have underground. So my point I'm making is there is enough evidence which clearly points out, and same is the case with Russia. Russians are helping them with drone technology, with drone tactics. See, the key thing is, why are they backing them? Backing Iran is the question. The reason they are backing Iran is that besides for whatever bilateral reason, which they are there, great bilateral reason, they have deals. But more than that, Iran is a full-time member of BRICS, and BRICS is what is at the heart of the new world order, which is coming up, and BRICS is supported by these two great powers, China and Russia. So there is evidence, and what you said, what the Iranians have done, I just gave you one example. Since the last 12-day war, they shifted from GPS to Beidou 3, and that's a big move. And this you can check, it is there. It is in the news. I mean, this is not hidden. This is part of what the Chinese call the digital Silk Road. which is part of their Belt and Road Initiative. Everything is there. It is the problem is that the Americans, they were so full of themselves that they simply failed to analyze all these things. I mean, how grossly can you go wrong? The Strait of Hormuz is there for everybody to see. Everybody can make out it's a choke point, a major choke point. 20% of the world oil goes through the Persian Gulf, and you identify the center of gravity of the war as regime change. I mean, how non-military can the I mean, I don't know who planned it, whether it was planned in the White House or in the Pentagon, because I'm being very honest, as far as Pete Hegseth is concerned, the Secretary of War, I have heard him a bit, and I don't think he understands warfare at all. I mean, this is yeah, please.
Despite all this, Iran is still being pounded quite hard. This week, just in the last day or two, we've seen very heavy bombardments by the Americans, dropping extremely heavy bombs on alleged Iranian targets. But, we also heard Trump say the war was won and he's destroyed 100% of Iran's military capability. Given what we saw in the first week, meaning Iran trying to deplete the enemy's interceptors, Iran trying to take out the eyes and ears of the enemy in various neighboring countries. It seemed the one thing I heard that sounded logical from Trump in all this time is that forget the production, the missile production, the very storage of the missiles. We need to go and target the launchers. If you don't have the launchers, then they can't, do anything. Is it possible for them to identify launchers? I mean, 100% we've destroyed of Iran's military capability. What does that even mean? How would they even know? Because every day they're hitting civilian targets. It seems like they've run out of target banks. Do you think they have?
No, see, it's something like this, that to start from the beginning, to answer your couple of questions that you raised in the big question that you have put to me. See, for the Iranians, this is a war of survival. And when for any people it is a war of survival, you can take enormous pain. So first thing is, they can take enormous pain, something that the Americans can't do. The other thing is that they have prepared, so their military facilities, they are all underground. And as far as the civilian structure is concerned, which is on the ground, there are a lot of pounding and they have had a lot of losses and they have taken a lot of pain. But as I said, I saw the visuals, everything, in fact, their launchers also are underground, and from underground they are firing their cruise missiles and their ballistic missiles. I'll tell you something very interesting what they are doing. All along the Persian Gulf, including the Strait of Hormuz and the Gulf of Oman, they have underground tunnels. They have made that because when you see Persian Gulf, it is very shallow waters. The maximum depth of Persian Gulf is just about 200 meters. And now this talk even was going on that we will try, Americans were saying we'll get the Kurg Islands. We'll secure that. Now the problem here is that for the Kurg Island to be secured, now they have got their amphibious ship also. Tripoli is coming. I think another 2 days it will be here. What can it do? Because it has to go through this whole obstacles that they have created underground, and in these tunnels they have the capability to fire the anti-ship cruise missiles from there. Then what they have is what is called midget submarines. Small submarines. A lot of help has come from North Korea, and that can fire both the torpedoes as well as the missiles. Then they have the speed boats which can fire the missiles. Then they have the various type of mines that they have. So it's a elaborate, extensive obstacle thing, what we call in military parlance A280, which is anti-access area denial capability. So now his commanders are telling Trump that, look, we need some help from the allies. because now he has appealed to the allies, the NATO allies, that look, you come and help me with your navy so that we blast through this entire thing, which is as good as 500 kilometers. The distance from Strait of Hormuz to the Kyrg Island is 480 kilometers along the Persian Gulf. It is at the north end. And obviously these guys, the NATO fellows, first of all, they are involved in the Ukraine war. And they are rightly saying that this is not our war. They don't want to come there because they know that they'll get egg on their face if they come there. So now he's telling them that I will not come and fight your war. So basically what I'm saying is I don't see him behaving like a commander-in-chief. Commander-in-chief of a military which has an annual budget of $1 trillion, which is more than the budget of the 12 countries after him combined. So he is not behaving like a commander-in-chief, and I am very surprised that the Israelis could mislead him in fighting their war. And what are the Israelis doing? See, one thing that came out of the 12-day war very clearly was this, that Israelis started the war. Once again, they did this regime change thing. And that time, they realized by the 10th day, they could not take it forward. So they had to get the Americans in to finish the war. The 12th day, the Americans came and the war was over. So Israelis by themselves are an overrated power. If tomorrow the CENTCOM is not there to assist them, Israel can do nothing. Israel is only fit to do what they are doing with Hezbollah, what they are doing with Syria. They can't take on Iran. Somebody was telling me other day, some general, that look, they fought the war, the Yom Kippur war. And I said, look, with time, what happens is the war perspective changes, the capabilities of the adversaries change, they learn a lot, which is why things like war appreciation becomes important. If you don't do all these things, I'm surprised that America's commander-in-chief has been taken for a ride by the Israelis. I can't believe this actually, but that's the truth.
Does the United States have anything left on its escalation ladder?
Well, I can't see anything because all the weapons that they have, the world knows about it. What President Trump keeps on talking, I have beautiful weapons, I have the biggest military. See, here is the point that I must say, yes, they have the largest military, the maximum platforms they have, that's all fine. But they are prepared for a 20th century war and not for a 21st century war, because the 21st century war is about space capabilities. And that is where I just mentioned this Beidou 3 is far superior to the GPS of the Americans. Then it is about cyber capabilities, it is about electronic warfare. So in all these things today, I have done a lot of work in this area. The PLA is very good, and which is why, if just to change the subject, these American generals and admirals, they have war gamed it so many times. This war in West Pacific, the Taiwan theater, and every time they have come to the conclusion that they cannot win over the PLA on PLA's home ground. That is the home ground. They have complete deterrence there, and primarily because of two things: the 21st century capabilities which are in the virtual domain, and second is asymmetrical warfare. Asymmetrical warfare is what we are seeing Iran display against America, for which America is not prepared.
Maybe we can move to the economic angle of this conflict, which is probably the most extraordinary one, in the sense that there are no tools really to combat this kind of warfare. Iran has seized control over the Strait of Hormuz, which effectively shutters Persian Gulf oil and gas production, because these states don't have options to export their supply, correct? So the Iranians have effectively assumed control over 20% of global supply and halted the trade of the petrodollar. which, as you know, gets recycled by the Gulf states into propping up the U.S. economy through stock market buys, purchases of U.S. Treasury bonds, paying down the national debt, investments into high-tech U.S. companies. I mean, effectively, the petrodollar being cycled into the American system is gone, right? That changes everything, not just oil and gas supply. That changes the world of finance, potentially.
See, this is precisely what I was saying, that because of petrodollars, it will have a major impact on the US economic domination of the world. Let me now explain this a bit, what it means. Everybody knows, it is no secret that today the national debt of America is $40 trillion. And they need $1 trillion just every year to pay the interest of that. And for that, they need the petrodollars. If the petrodollars stop coming, then they have a big problem. The inflation will happen. On the other hand, what is happening is, this is not the only thing that is going on. The other thing that is happening is that that in the BRICS, all the BRICS nations that include two great powers, China and Russia, they have now started an alternate financial system that bypasses the American dollar. And in that financial system, what they have done is that now all the countries of the BRICS, they can trade in their local currencies. The whole idea is that all the countries and more countries want to join the BRICS, the global south countries especially, because they want to be safe from the American sanctions. So on the one hand, this whole thing is going on, the second financial system, which is not meant to replace but to displace the dollar. And on top of that, if the petrodollars stop coming, then who will pay the American debt and who will bother for the American debt? I mean, even their closest ally, Japan, is selling their debt. It is buying gold. Chinese are buying gold because that is where they want to invest. So this whole idea of the America's dollar as a reserve currency of the world, which was started by Nixon in 1971, so that seems to be getting over. And as you rightly even pointed out about the AI needs a lot of investments. Now, the nation has so much of debt. Where is that money coming from? So you have the AI problem, then you have the growing, how to pay the debt. Then the reliability or the confidence of the world will diminish on dollar as the reserve currency, which is why they are moving to gold. So when you see this whole thing, it becomes very, very clear that what he has started without applying himself or without consulting his real experts in America. America has a lot of people who understand these things, but he has around him a coterie of advisors who I understand all seem to be yes men.
So, Pravin, I mean, you have declared the Americans have lost the war. Tell us, who will forge a solution and what will that solution look like in your view?
I've just done a video which is online today. Before I came on your show, I just put it online. So what is happening in the world is that there is an alternate parallel world order being created, which the Westerners are not very aware of. And that parallel world order is supported by two great powers, which is China and Russia. And this is where the majority of the global south nations, which is 80% of the world, is gravitating towards. Because this one talks about peace, it talks about development. Just to give you a sense what it is about. So it has certain attributes or certain characteristics which are very unlike the present world order, which is led by the American and which came into being after the Second World War. So the two or three distinctive features of this vision which has attracted the global south towards it are, one is a thing of sovereign equality, that there should not be a hegemon, that every country should be free to choose its foreign policy and development path. Of course, in reality, all this is not possible, but to whatever extent it is possible, it should happen. Then they have a very important concept which is called a concept of indivisible security. It's a new concept, and unlike the American concept, which is about absolute security, which is about zero-sum game, now when you put so much of effort in your security, first of all, a zero-sum, when you talk of absolute security, it leads to crisis, it leads to war. So that means if you are devoted so much to absolute security, obviously you can't pay attention to the development and progress of the nation. So they have come up with the concept of collective security, a concept of indivisible security, and another thing that they talk of is that everything should be under the United Nations. It should be a united-based rules, order, world order, and united-based international law, which is not the case in the Americans. It's all America-based rules and order. So the point that I'm making is that this new world order, parallel system, is already very much there. A lot of countries are gravitating towards that, and its central institution is BRICS. And you can see the popularity of the BRICS today. It has 49% of the world population, and it has 41% of the world GDP, which is more than that of the G7. So what President Trump has done is, in my assessment, by getting into that war, he has basically hastened the creation of the new world order. Because now even the Western countries, they are considering their security, because NATO is as good as dead. He's already threatened that, look, NATO doesn't help me, I won't help NATO. And if he stays in power, he means it.
Before I let you go, just give us your last thoughts on how the U.S. will likely exit this and what the wrappings of the solution might be.
See, this war, if it continues, that means he is now on an escalation ladder of war, President Trump. So how long he can continue, I do not know. But as far as the Iranians are concerned, I do not see the possibility they can sustain this campaign for minimum 6 months, and they have full backing of two great powers. And for both the powers, Iran is very important. As I said, Iran is a very important member of BRICS for them. So it is about President Trump, which way he wants the campaign to go. So honestly, the ball is in the court of President Trump. Iranians have put all their cards on the table. You know, that is where we stand. The more he escalates, the more there'll be chaos in the world. And rapidly, as I said, the new world order will get created. That is the way I see it.
Iran's conditions for stopping the war are very strong conditions, but they're also very reasonable. Do you know what I mean? And logical. How can a final solution not include what Iran's proposing, including perhaps having some kind of security architecture established between Persian Gulf littoral states, which I think is one thing that might be missing?
So, you know, already this has been proposed, the collective security arrangement has been proposed by the Russians, and the Pakistanis will be part of that if it comes about. If the Gulf states agree to that, so the configuration that I am looking at is, if it happens, it will be Pakistan, the Gulf states, Iran, and backed by China and Russia. This is a sort of a collective security arrangement, that is in case the Americans decide to go and they vacate the bases. But then mind you, this will have a domino effect all over the world. It will not be here. The other bases will also go.
Do you think if the Americans drag this war on, that these Gulf countries, Pakistan, Iran, with the assistance of Russia and China, can quietly circumvent a lot of this by coming up and then announcing their own security agreement, much in the way that the Beijing brokered Saudi Iranian rapprochement deal shocked Washington?
I don't think it cannot stay for very long, this war. He has to end it. And the reason is simple, that this global energy crisis is building up by the day, and this is a major problem. So he cannot say that I'll fight for another 5 months. Even if assuming he has the stocks also to fight, he can't fight. Because unless he gets control of the this whole center of gravity of war, which is Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz and Gulf of Oman, and I don't see that happening.
کوچه پایینی رو زد ولی چهارراه فلسطین ترکشش اومد. دوتا از بچه ها رو انداخت زمین. عرض به خدمتت بچه های امداد رسیدن، اونا همون جلوه.
اینجا داشتیم رد می شدیم، شعار می دادیم این پشتو که زدن، این پرتابهاش سنگ بود چی خورد به سرش شکست و خونریزی دیگه. من با همسرشون بود، من بایستادم که کمک کنم تا به یه درمونگاه جایی برم.
دشمن داره تلاش میکنه مردم رو متفرق کنه.
یه نفرم شهید شد.
آقا داره میگه آزادی زنان، یه خانوم الان شهید شد. او که ادعای آزادی خانوما رو داره. این خون یه خانومه.
جونم فدای رهبرم، جونم فدای تک تک این آدما توی خیابون. چی شد؟ یه دونه این ماسپلاکاشون انداختن خورد زمین. تلقی صدا کرد. فدای سر تمام ایرانی‌ها بشم من. فدای رهبرم بشم من. پیشمرگ امام زمانم بشم من. الهی همین الان.
اینا همون ترکشایی که همین الان از موشک اسرائیلی و آمریکایی شلیک شد وسط جمعیت. نگاه کنید.
الله اکبر، الله اکبر. اینا بچه‌های بسیج بندر عباس هن، قایق‌های تندرویی که بهشون میگن مدافعین خلیج فارس. بسیج دریایی سپاه گفته 14 تا نفتکش زده که 2 تاش نفتکش آمریکایی بوده. آره داریم میریم به اون سمت، انشالله که بتونید تصویر بگیرید. میریم به سمت تنگه. این الان جزیره هرمزه، جلوی ما الان تنگه. اونجا جزیره لانکه ارتفاعاتیه که سپاه مستقر شده. دیگه سریعتر برید، اینجا بهبادا میاد تو نترس، آبتون خوب ببند. اینا رو تکون میکنه میزنه سپاه. اینا همینطوری خاموشن. اینا به نظر که روشن میشه چند متر جابجا میشن، چند 10 متر جابجا میشن، سپاه میزنن. اینا بگیر این نفتکشا رو بگیر. اینا نفتکشایی که اینجا پشت تنگه موندن، اینا همه خاموشن. الان نگاه پشت سرت پره، خیلی پشت سرتو بگیر. اون دودو میبینی، اون دودو بگیر. اون یکی از اون نفتکشاییه که سپاه زده. میبینی؟ اینجا الان تنگه هرمزه. این کشتی‌های خارجی که اینجا پارک شدن اینا حق ندارن روشن بشن. اونجایی که میبینی اون 1 2 3 4 5 اینا کشتی‌های خارجی هستن که خاموش کردن، وایسادن اونجا. به محض اینکه روشن کنن سپاه با پهپاد میزنشون. یعنی به محض اینکه روشن میکنن تو رادار میان، یه چند 10 متر جابجا میشن، سپاه با پهپاد میزنه. هشدار هم نمیده، همون اول میزنه. این یه تیکه‌ای که این وسط میبینی خالیه هیچی نیست، اینجا همون نقطه‌ایه که به محض اینکه اون کشتی‌ها از اونجا حرکت کنن بیان به این سمت، اینجا سپاه میزنشون. گرفتی؟ درست گرفتی اینجا رو؟ قلیش برو، اینا وای نمیستن، میگه خطرناکه. برو 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 بالا سرمون. برو آقا. اینا ایرانی هست؟ داره به آسمون اشاره میکنه میگه برو. اون دست تکون نمیده، داره میگه بالاست، بگیرش.
ما یه 5-6 روزه که فکر کنیم پرتغال میتونیم بکنیم، خصوصا مثل بسیج و هلال‌احمر حالا نیروهای حفاظت دیگه هماهنگ کردیم و هماهنگی گفتیم که براشون غذا تهیه کنیم. بعد دیگه هر روز حالا هم بانی داشتیم، بالاخره همگی هر کی میومد اقلامی رو می آورد، اینجا لقمه درست می‌کردیم. تقریبا از 500 تا لقمه شروع شد، رسید دیروز به 5000 تا لقمه. امروز هم قرار بود داشتیم درست می‌کردیم، یعنی خانم‌ها همه اومده بودن اینجا، خانم باردار، دختر 3 ساله، دختر 7 ساله، دیگه بقیه خانم‌ها همه چی. بعد یه دفعه خونه روبرویمون رو خونه اسرائیل زد و حالا الان اینا هست دیگه اصلا مرکز نظامی چی؟ ما همسایه هامون همه رو میشناسیم. همسایه روبرویمون خونه رو زده آورده پایین، بغلیش هم اومده پایین، این واحدهای اون بر ما هم اومده پایین، خود ماها این بر پنجره ها و این همه اومده پایین. و دیگه خب حالا فعلا امروز که حالا فکر کنم امکانش نیست. انشالله حالا روزای دیگه دوباره برمیگردیم کارمون انجام میشه. ما اینجا داشتیم فلافل سرخ میکردیم که دیگه این انفجار شد، گفتیم همه بیان تو. فعلا که پاشید، حالا ما برمیگردیم، رومون زیاده.
اینجا خونه من نیست، خونه مادرم، برادرم و خواهرمه و اینجا خونه همسایه است. فدای سر ایران، فدای سر ولی فقیه بعدیمون، رهبر عزیز بعدیمون، هیچ اشکالی نداره. یک قطره، یک لحظه، یک دم، یک نفس از تک تک زندگی ما نباشه، ولی ایران عزیزمون باشه تا روزی که نابودی تمام عیار صهیونیست ها و آمریکای جنایتکار رو، اهالی جزیره بدنام رو ببینیم. اون موقع هر اتفاقی میخواد بیفته هیچ طوری نیست.
President Trump started by claiming that the strikes were to stop imminent threats from Iran. He talked about nuclear weapons and long-range missiles. But then, just days later, he admitted it was just his opinion that Iran might attack first. No concrete evidence, just a feeling. Then you have Netanyahu. He has been pushing for a war with Iran for 40 years. Even British-American journalist Mehdi Hassan said Netanyahu has been dreaming of this for 40 years. Now the nuclear talk has shifted. Trump is literally telling Iranians to take over your government. It's regime change. And Netanyahu? He used genocidal language, quoting a Torah passage about wiping out the Amalekites, men, women, and children, to justify the killing. But the biggest giveaway came from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He slipped up. He said the US struck because they knew Israel was going to act. He admitted Israeli plans dictated the timing of the American military. He tried to walk it back, but the damage was done. And here's the kicker. CIA intelligence completely shreds the imminent threat lie. Briefings to Congress confirmed there was zero intelligence showing Iran was planning to strike the US first. None. Reports from the AP and Reuters all say the same thing. So what's really happening? The US is panicking, and now the Pentagon is secretly panicking about running out of missiles. The Navy is even refusing to escort ships because it's too risky. The US is being dragged into a war of choice based on shifting stories to serve Israel's agenda. And intelligence proves it was all a facade.
We are back with Press TV's special coverage of the war on Iran by US and Israel. As we are entering this war's 24th day, a lot happened only yesterday. Donald Trump, who had a threatening of Iran's electricity infrastructure 2 days ago, that he is going to attack Iran's biggest electricity power plant, he backed down. He said he's going to give Iran another 5 days, and then he indicated that there are negotiations taking place. All of these sayings by Donald Trump have been refuted by Iran's foreign ministry, saying that no such talks have taken place with the US regarding any ceasefire or negotiations taking place so far, and no conversations have been made from Iran to the US. Donald Trump claimed that Iran called me. I didn't call them. Joining me right here is Press TV's political correspondent, Nahid Purisa, who is going to help us unpack the events that happened yesterday. There are so many things to talk about here, Nahid. I mean, one of them is how Trump always tries to calm down the markets when it is Monday. Your thoughts?
Exactly. First of all, I want to say hello to our global audience and again emphasize on the very criticality of making sure that your minds are not occupied by the Western propaganda, the empire propaganda, and you are receiving the very facts about this battlefield. This is utterly important for the current war between the United States, Israel, and Iran. So make sure you always watch Press TV, because we are the voice of Iran and we are telling you the truth and we providing you the latest updates and also the analysis. So yes, yesterday was a very interesting moment for this war, because Donald Trump decided to, in fact, he sent a message to manipulate the market, and also everyone was somehow confused by the terminology he used in terms of negotiations. And he wanted to play around with negotiations, that who is he negotiating with. And I think that was a very important cognitive warfare. And also there were a lot of aspects of this kind of attack, I would say, against Iran, that they were trying to bring some names and actually cause some divisions in the country. So to begin with, we have Donald Trump a couple of days ago that he said, I'm not here to open the Strait of Hormuz. That's not my job. If the Persian Gulf states want to do that, they're free to do so, and I can help. That's not a very difficult military operation. Then he said, oh, no, actually, the Strait of Hormuz is very important, and Iran only has 48 hours to open the strait, and if they don't, I'm going to attack the electricity power plants in Iran,
with
the strongest one. Yeah. And then before the ultimatum is expired, yesterday he said, oh, we had some negotiations, and now I am postponing the attack for another 5 days.
Let me read the complete tweet there.
Please.
I am pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had over the last 2 days very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. Let's talk about this first part. Yeah,
exactly.
This means talks of ceasefire. What is this guy talking about?
I don't know. He's lying. Like, there is no other word more simple than lies. He is, as I said, he is trying to use manipulation here as a tool to not only calm down the market. That's not the only purpose. He was also trying to distract everyone from the very fact that he already is, not only him, but also the Zionist regime, they are already talking about the occupation of Khark Island. So the more everyone is distracted by going to attack the power plant or not going to attack the power plant, other objectives and targets are going to be dismissed. So in my understanding, it makes total sense for Donald Trump to try to play around different tactics. And this is what I was going to discuss here. Why he is doing this? It's very important. Yesterday we discussed why he wants to target the power plants, and we talked about the social aspects of this. So he wants to inflict chaos and exhaustion to people. You don't have, electricity. It's very, very basic need. so that maybe there are some chaos starts to happen in Iran, same as January war, and then the Mossad agents, the CIA agents have a platform to come. Now, because of the very strong response from the Iranian military, from IRGC, that if you do that, the response is going to be the full blackout everywhere. You're not going to be able to turn on the light anywhere.
Exactly.
Not
that
only
is just in the region, but also Iran threatened that the Strait of Hormuz this time will be completely closed.
Absolutely.
The ramifications of such a thing is going to be global,
Absolutely.
not just in the region.
Yeah, because now it's not like close, it's under smart control. And what it means is that many other countries that they not our enemies, they are free to pass. China has been passing, India, Turkey, Pakistan, they're not our enemies. China is our friend. So I was going to say this. Because of the deterrence that
we'll
Iran...
get to that. We'll get to that now. Let me read the rest of this post by Donald Trump. Based on the tenor and tone of these in-depth, detailed and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week, I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions. And then the rest, thank you for your attention to this matter. So, Iran's foreign ministry afterwards said no discussions, no meetings, nothing have been done in that direction yet.
Absolutely.
So one of the ways to look at it is to say that Donald Trump is trying to calm down the markets as it was Monday. The markets open up. What other reason do you think there is for Donald Trump talking about it in this way?
Okay. As I was saying, so the way Iran responded to this threat was that it's going to be massive, it's going to be large. Reconsider your decision. Think about it twice. So I think that brought a very in-depth, the same word that Donald Trump used, deterrence for Iran. I think this is the language he is referring to. He is shocked, as he said before, a couple of days ago, that Iran has a tremendous power. And I am shocked, quote. This is what he exactly said about Iran. He's shocked. He's panicking. He doesn't know how to fix the problem. He doesn't know how to open the Strait of Hormuz. Don't worry about regime change. Don't worry about any other aspects of this war. Right now, it's only about opening the Strait of Hormuz. So, he decided to make up this message and talks about negotiations. Not only foreign ministry, but also the Speaker of the Parliament, Ghalibaf, said there has been no negotiations whatsoever, nothing. What Iranians are demanding is full regression of the enemy and making sure that we are going to be compensated from this war, and that the enemy will regret in a way that there is no attack anymore in the future. And this is very important. We are talking about deterrence here.
Yeah. Donald Trump said yesterday, as he was holding a press conference in front of his plane, saying the people that seem to be running it, by it he means Iran, because of the things they've said have taken place, it means that the promises that Iran says will definitely be delivered, which everyone talked about as in the Iranian deterrence after this war has been kinda reestablished, but not enough. So many are saying that level of deterrence that Iran wanted to have, so it will not be attacked again, has been reestablished. We had Israel Hayom exactly, talking about the same thing only yesterday, saying that this will not be the last war with Iran, indicating that there will be another, at least.
And also indicating that this war will be over. And I think that's very important because there are many analyses right now that discussing this is the very last opportunity for the Israelis and the United States carry another war against Iran. So when we are talking about another round of war, it actually tells you that this war, in their opinion, will be over. And it's very important because what they started, the reasoning that they had before was, we are going to assassinate the leader of Iran, the regime change is going to be underway, and then we will have full control over the country, and then we're gonna choose the next state for the people of Iran. Nothing of these purposes and objectives have been achieved. And right now, the Israelis, even though the Israelis and Americans are sharing a lot in common in this war, but we have to also see the differences. The main concern for the United States is the opening of Strait of Hormuz, but that's not the case for Israel. They are actually enjoying it. Why? Netanyahu said, I think yesterday, and I think that was very important, he was calling other Western powers to come and help. And that is not very possible if those Western powers are not impacted by this war. So, Strait of Hormuz is closed. You are already being impacted by this war, the gas price, and that's just the beginning. So maybe you are also required to think of the importance of entering this war. Come and help, you know, because we and United States are not capable of facing the very consequences of the war that we initiated, which is the closure of Strait of Hormuz. So Germany, France, UK, come and help. So the game that Donald Trump had yesterday was really important because he tried to he's trying to use different tactics to at least create divisions among Iranians, because such a word, negotiations, ceasefire, they
saying
are
that I talked to someone.
And he talked to someone and he said, I'm not going to mention the name because maybe that person is going to get killed. All these words, the way he's trying to play the words together, the first thought that I had when I heard what he's saying was that he's trying to scare people of Iran because he knows what is the first demand of Iranians, which is no ceasefire. No negotiations.
So you are saying that we will not have negotiations in the coming weeks?
That's not what I'm saying. That's what exactly the Iranian officials have been articulating many, many times. And Ghalibaf, the Speaker of the Parliament, said it yesterday again. There is no negotiations. It's very clear the demands of Iran that this aggression has to be stopped. There is no ceasefire. There is no negotiations. Stop. You have to stop. You have to accept that you should not have started this war, and you have to compensate us.
Iran needs reparations.
And also there are not reports. There are actually official position of Iran now that we are talking about lifting the sanctions, removing the sanctions. That's it.
So what does Iran want if we are going to reach a ceasefire very soon?
Sorry, say it again.
What are the demands of the Iranian side if this war is going to end?
Okay, you make sure that you compensate the great damage that you caused to the country, that United States and the Israelis have to pay everything. And this is so important. It's not about the money itself. There is a legality, there is a concept behind this compensation, and that is accepting who is the aggressor. That is accepting that by the international law, in the international community, who is acknowledged and who is considered as the aggressor, and who is the one who made this war. So it has to be clear, right? In the 8-year war, the holy defense between Iran and Iraq, that was the same case. What Iran wanted was exactly the same. This war going to continue until the international community forcing the aggressor accepts that they are the aggressor and Iran is the one who is defending itself. So it's not only about the money, which is very critical.
That's number one. That's the number one thing that Iran wants. Compensations, reparations. What's number two?
So as I said, it's also about the sanction. So the one who has been under sanctions for 47 years, now Iranians talking about maybe we should be the one who is actually bringing sanctions towards our enemies, which is not exactly one of the demands, but removing the sanctions is one of the demands. US bases, American bases, they have to leave. They have to leave from West Asia. They can't stay here. And I think the materialization of this demand has been already underway. We already
regarding the US bases, for example, right?
Yeah, and especially NATO base in Iraq. 2 days ago, they asked the Islamic resistance, give us 1 day, this is really funny, give us 1 day ceasefire. NATO asking Islamic resistance to give them 1 day ceasefire so that they facilitate their removal from Iraq. NATO. We are talking about the strongest war coalition against global South is asking a small resistance group. They're not a state. They're not Iran. It's a small force and still has the position of power that forces the NATO members give us 1 day of. So what I'm trying to say here, that the demand about American bases to leave the region has been already applicable by the very operations of axis of resistance against the American bases. So the raiders are out of orders. Many of the American bases have been destroyed and damaged. I read the news today, almost 20 warcraft of United States, whether have been damaged or shut down or destroyed, 20. We are talking about the most expensive war logistics. So,
at the same time, now Donald Trump is talking about a ceasefire negotiations with Iran, that we are going to end our hostilities in the region. While it is Monday, we have reports that the military units of the U.S. are working tirelessly to bring more forces into the region. So the facts on the ground and what we are seeing happening from Pentagon to the area of the West Asia is showing the exact opposite of what Donald Trump is trying to say, which is peace negotiations and the chances of a ceasefire. It seems, so many are saying that it seems that the situation of boots on the ground is going to take place soon. Your thoughts?
Well, this is an exception that I can't find contradiction between what he says in terms of peace and ceasefire and negotiations, because what he sees peace, the concept of peace in his mind is through force. So there is no contradiction here, exceptionally, because the way he actually sees peace is not something common sense. He's not talking about actually peace. What he's talking about is dictating the desire, the interest of empire being imposed on other countries. This is the kind of peace. This is the kind of the conceptualization of peace in his perspective. So ceasefire right now is the language of war. Whoever is advocating for ceasefire is advocating for war against this country, which is Iran. Ceasefire is part of the language that the enemy is using against us to manipulate the ground. They cannot win the military operations, but what they are trying to do right now is managing the narrative, is managing the way people are seeing the battlefield. That's why at the beginning I invited everyone to make sure that their commitment to the truth is something sustainable. It's not only for 1 or 2 days. Don't go to social media and just try to get the hotspot of the situation. No, you have to make sure that you understand what is happening here. And what is happening since yesterday is a deception of the real objectives. And this is what Motahari, the former deputy speaker of parliament, said. And I think that's very important. Before even they attacked Isfahan, as we know, now we are talking about an attack to, I think, the gas site of Isfahan. It was right a couple of hours after Donald Trump said, postponing the power plant attack. Now this is what we are seeing, and obviously everyone is waiting in Iran for a very crushing response from our military. But going back to the point, Motahari said this is how he saw it, that the reason Donald Trump threatened the power plants in Iran is actually because he wants to deceive the ground and do what you are talking about, to finalize the project, the plan for the boots on the ground, especially for Hawk Island. And this is
on that point, I will come back to your point. There was a report by Wall Street Journal saying that the Gulf states edge toward joining fight against Iran. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates get tougher on basing and finances. Do you see that likely?
What does that even mean? They are already in the war against us. What does that even mean? They are already providing everything, including their sovereignty, to the enemy of Iran. So what does that mean when they are trying to enter the war? You are in the war against Iran. You have been. UAE has been pretending that, actually this is very important because UAE is the very, I have to say, faithful partner of the Israeli regime among the Gulf countries, worse than anyone else. And now they have even less shame to talk about their togetherness and how they feel sympathy with the genocidal regime of Israel. So you are already in the war against Iran. You are already taking a position among a Muslim country and a one that is the enemy of Islam, the Epstein class. You are already servicing the Epstein class, not for this war only, before then. So they are the agents of Epstein class in the region, And whenever they talk about we are going to enter the war, what else are you going to do? You are already in the war against us. And this is what we said the first day. And you were like, oh, don't attack us, don't attack us. Why not? We're not attacking you. If you considering the American bases in your country as part of your land, then the contradiction, how are you going to figure out this contradiction? We're not attacking you, we are attacking Americans. Americans are Arabs? Since when? I have to say this. This is another very critical point about this war, that the Gulf countries, the Gulf states, I have to say, not countries, not the people, there is a massive, deep solidarity from the people of all these areas with Iran. But the states, they're trying to make it as if that's the next level of this war, that we are going to enter. You are there and we see you and we have seen you, and that is why the first response from Iran was to make sure to send this message to the neighbors that we can see what you are doing with the American bases, how you are allowing them, how you are providing your everything. I was going to say natural resources, but it's everything. It's their sovereignty. There is nothing higher than your sovereignty, right? Your dignity, your integrity, everything.
Yeah. But let's talk about the military perspective of having boots on the ground on Iran based on so many facts on the ground that we are seeing. Also, we can consider, hypothetically speaking, if the Arab countries also join the war against Iran. This is New York Times saying Pentagon officials weigh deployment of airborne troops to Iran.
The possibility is not actually low. I think that will be the one of the greatest mistake by the United States to even think of any sort of achievement from this operation. I don't think it's very low, and I think we have to focus on every single aspect of their movement around Iran right now, which I'm 100% certain about this, that everyone at the front line, they know what they're doing, and the way Iran has chosen in this war to respond to the attacks is a game-changing, is a turning point in a way that Iran is building their deterrence this time. It's very important because that wasn't the case in the 12-day war. In the 12-day war, it was somehow under control. The restraint, you could see, it was not something really invisible. But this time, eye for an eye. And now, yesterday, Mohsen Rezai, one of the highest officials and also the advisor to our leader, said, if they attack our power plants, it's not going to be eye for an eye. It's going to be head for an eye. So you see the escalation. You see the ladder of the escalation that is under the control of Iran. Iran is the one who is escalating. And the one who is initiating escalation is the one who has the upper hand in the war. This is the language of war. Because the one who cannot expect you, the next step you're taking, is the one who has to follow you always. But Iran has been showing a very strong language of war this time by expanding the war and by making sure that whoever is involved in this war is going to pay a price. And that's the same case for this kind of ground operation. If that happens, and I think this is something that's not the Zionist regime, but Americans surely have considered, that how is going to be what are the possibilities of Iran's response. And that, I think, is going to be the determining reason for the enemy to decide whether they should do it or not.
Nahid, let's talk about the regime change objective of Donald Trump and Netanyahu. I mean, they both talked about regime change as one of the objectives of this war. As the war was beginning in the first few days, Netanyahu talked about this 2 days ago, saying that we cannot have a revolution in a country just by having operations from the, this is the wording of Netanyahu, I'm quoting. What you need to do is to have a sort of ground operation. But Donald Trump yesterday said that the regime change has already happened because the leadership is gone, and so he's just, everyone is talking about, so Donald Trump is finding that off-ramp that everyone said Donald Trump is looking for. Because the regime change has happened. I think this was the first time that he was talking about regime change happening. He always said the leadership is gone, and then he went on to say their navy's gone, air defense is gone, nuclear, capability is gone.
We don't even exist here.
Yeah, he has said that too. I mean, I read a tweet right here. Donald Trump was saying that with the death of Iran, and Iran is right now off the map, like.
We're not here.
Yeah, exactly. Your thoughts?
Well, again, you see the contradiction between not only the words between Trump and Trump, but also Trump and Netanyahu, the best allies ever. One is talking about ground invasion as a platform to materialize regime change. The other one is saying that the regime change has been already happening because the leadership is gone. So, first of all, no one buys into that. That's for sure. Like, if you just go to social media and just hear what other people are talking about, that's an absolute nonsense to everyone. What are you talking about? Iran is responding you. Iran targeted Dimona with only one missile and they were capable of hitting the target. 100% success. That's the rate. One missile, one target.
That's one of the most defended.
Exactly. Dimona is under the largest surveillance and the interceptors and everything. It's the highest level. And Iran had a very successful operation. So maybe we can use one example to showcase the rest of the claims are not based on the ground, on the reality. But again, as I said, this is true. Netanyahu wants to use the American blood for its own interest. Why not? These people do not have no values, so of course Netanyahu tries his best to pull the Yankees into the region and to our land, and we will see the consequences of that.
Exactly. Joining me live is Christopher Hilali, political commentator, joining us from Moscow. Mr. Hilali, welcome back to Press TV. Let's review what happened. This is Trita Parsi tweeting, saying Donald Trump threatened to blow up Iran's power stations if it didn't open up the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran responded that it would blow up all power stations in the region if attacked, refusing to open the strait without sanctions relief. And then Donald Trump backed down.
I think that this was a tremendous victory, and Iran called America's bluff here. And what we saw is that not only that America stood down, but that the U.S. president made this story that somehow negotiations are happening and have been going on, and that there's a 5-day pause, showing the severity not only of the threat, but of the economic damage and consequences that have now been, set out onto the global economy by this war of choice by the U.S. and Israel against Iran. So I think that there's no doubt that Iran has the upper hand. all the cards are in Iran's hands, so to speak, and so there's no possibility for America to achieve its goals by military means. And I think that the Americans understand this now. Maybe some of the people.
It seems that we are experiencing a technical hiccup with the connection with Mr. Helali. Mr. Helali, if you're back, go ahead.
Sure, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I just want to say that a lot of the people around Trump are very much hawks and warmongering. They want to continue this operation. People like Lindsey Graham and other hawks who are very much committed to regime change at any cost. And they're willing to sacrifice the blood of other peoples to achieve their ends. Same as Israel, as Nahid so eloquently put, is willing to sacrifice all American soldiers to achieve their aims. So I want to say now that Iran, by saying not only that they would target power stations, but that they are prepared for proportional responses, one-to-one, and even more so if the Americans pursue a ground invasion with Marines or airborne units. I think that now the Americans are second-guessing the possibility of success on the battlefield, even though there is a definite disagreement within the administration how to continue these operations against Iran.
Mr. Helali, regarding the 5-day pause of Donald Trump, how do you read that? Because so many are saying it's just because of calming down the market.
It could be read in a few ways, and I of course don't have a crystal ball. I wish I did, so that we would understand how things will go. But I will say that on one side it could be to calm down the markets, and you already saw massive swings in the markets in the West over this and globally. It could also be that this allows the U.S. to build up forces in the region, because even though Trump has set a 5-day pause, there's still a massive movement of aircraft and of assets to the region. So we're still seeing the deployment of airborne troops from the 82nd. We're still seeing the movement of equipment. We're still seeing the movement of planes and other resources. So this could also be an opportunity for the U.S. to build up the resources in the region to launch a possible ground or airborne invasion if that time comes to pass in the next 4 days, so to speak. So I think that it could cut in a few different ways, and it remains to be seen. But certainly, there's no doubt in my mind that this pause will also give the Iranians an opportunity to bolster their defenses, which they already have at the highest levels, and to prepare for the eventuality and the possibility of U.S. ground, sea-based, or airborne operations.
So even Donald Trump does not even think about negotiations, because he has been mentioning negotiations, peace talks, saying that he is going to appoint some members in order to have negotiations with Iran. Based on your analysis, such a thing is not going to happen anytime soon.
I don't believe so. I don't believe so. On one side, some are saying that this is a psychological operation. This is to try to not only to change the markets, but also to try to divide the resistance, to try to, of course, create chaos within the Iranian government. But I think that this also is a part of the tactics to try also to persuade people that this war of choice is leading towards this idea of peace through strength, that somehow the United States can start wars and then stop them whenever they want on their own terms, and this somehow is a victory. But Iran has shown that that there's not going to be a victory for the US and for Israel. In fact, in my opinion, Iran has already won in the court of public opinion. Iran has already won by resisting the not one but two nuclear powers with conventional forces, and been able to show how effective it is at defending itself, at defending its interests, and at severely strangling not only their power, but the entire global economy. So people didn't expect Iran to have such a fierce resistance, even though Iran itself has told the West for so long this was the case. So I want people to really understand and take in the fact that the United States can say certain things. It can say, for example, 5 days. It can say different aspects of its operation. It can claim victory, but that victory is not a victory at all. In fact, at the very best, it could be a Pyrrhic victory, but I don't even give it that, because that still gives it too much credit. Iran has shown itself and proven itself to be, without a doubt, a very formidable adversary for the U.S. and for Israel. And in this case, it has shown that even if it does not possess nuclear weapons, it can go head to head, and it has a different kind of doctrine that allows it to do this. This decentralized mosaic defense has allowed Iran to not only resist, but to be resilient. That's the key. And I think that that's what the U.S. was not expecting at this point.
Mr. Halali, you talked about people around Donald Trump who are hawks, telling him that you need to double down at this point and do more damage to the Iranian nation at this point in order to get what you want. We had also Donald Trump talking about the people, the leadership of Iran, and I'm quoting, "The people that seem to be running Iran, because of the things they've said, have taken place." It seems that Donald Trump right now realizes that the Iranian officials, the military commanders, carry out the promises that they make. Do you think that Donald Trump right now is also listening to the people who are telling him, declare victory, find an off-ramp and just exit from this war?
I think that certainly he must be hearing them, because I'm sure that people are starting to, of course we already know that Congress is speaking about it and people around Trump. The problem is that the people that are around Trump is a little bit different than his first administration. In his first administration, there were people who disagreed with him, and there were people who, for example, would not only stroke his ego and, feed into his narcissism, they would actually tell him point blank that there were mistakes being done and that things were not going according to plan. And what did he do? He removed them from those positions. And that's why the first administration had a little bit of chaos in terms of personnel. This administration, he's surrounded himself with quote-unquote yes men, with people who just do everything that he wants. And I think that he's been much more insulated from any sort of real criticism or pushback. Now, given this situation, given this war that they decided to launch, there are, I assume, few people around him that clearly might not agree or might have different perspectives. We saw, of course, the resignation of Joe Kent. Clearly, there are others, historically, like Tulsi Gabbard, who have different opinions about Iran and going to war with Iran. She was against that war in 2020. So I think that there are people. The problem is that the bigger voices, for example, Lindsey Graham, Huckabee, and I have to say, I think Kushner and Witkoff are forces for bad here, not good. They are not forces that are trying to promote peace. They are the ones that brought us to the level of war. So I don't necessarily think that even they are advocating for a peaceful solution. I think they are operating as agents of Israel, agents of the Zionist entity. They're going out there and they're doing Netanyahu's bidding within the White House. So I think that certainly there's bigger voices outside of his direct circle. Within his direct circle, people like Hegseth and Rubio and others, I don't really know if they're pushing back. I think that they are so convinced that they can achieve their goals by military means that they're pushing Trump to do this. I think that Trump, of course, is listening to outside voices, and they're telling him, stop, pull back, you need to find an exit strategy. I think that he understands that. But also Netanyahu is putting a lot of pressure on the Americans to carry this out. Although even in the Zionist entity, they're saying that regime change is not probably going to happen. They're already accepting that in the press and in public statements. So there's certainly something going on behind the scenes. The problem is we have an erratic administration. We have a president who's not mentally well. I said this on recently on George Galloway's show with Professor Said Mohammed Marandi. I think that we are dealing with a president now who's not all there and doesn't have his full faculties in terms of his mental health. And he is experiencing the pressure that he thought that this would be like Venezuela, but it's ending up more and more like a quagmire that they're not going to come away with a victory from, at least nothing easy. And I think that that is certainly bogging him down.
Mr. Halali, let me ask you a general question and zoom out a bit. How do you analyze this war? I mean, when it comes to the next global world order, and also let's take into account the war that Russia and Ukraine are having too.
Sure, I mean, this is a war that you could describe, and I've described it as such, as part of the birth pangs of the multipolar world. Now, what do I mean about this? Iran is an anti-systemic country in the sense of Western hegemony. It doesn't agree, it doesn't want Western hegemony, it doesn't want unipolarity. It has no problem with countries existing, but it has a problem with those countries imposing themselves on Iran. Specifically the United States. So the United States government continues an aggressive policy, a policy of war against Iran. It does that through economic sanctions, which are the modern day siege warfare. It does that through covert operations, regime change operations, and now full-fledged war on the 12-day war last year, and now today, and now this year, this war of choice imposed on Iran. So, what do I want to zoom out and look at? I want to look at the fact that Iran, as a country, is part of this emerging block of countries that is not happy with the world order that has emerged, especially in the post-Cold War period, which there was no balance of blocks. Now you had, for example, the US trying to run the show as the world's police. And now that system is slowly crumbling on its own weight, by the way, because the US has launched wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, in Yugoslavia, Libya, Syria, you name it. And we've seen that the US is not capable of maintaining this global empire for much longer. So Iran has been a part of that resistance. And Iran has maintained very good ties with not only Russia, China, DPRK, and other regional countries, but also with Venezuela, with Cuba, in Africa, with the Sahel states. So Iran has shown itself to always be with the oppressed, with the nations that are resisting. And so in that way, Iran has been a thorn in the side of the US. Iran has been a country that has not kowtowed to Washington, nor to Tel Aviv or anyone else. So that has been a source of tremendous angst for them. Not to mention Iran's geostrategic location. Iran is located in a part of Eurasia, which I consider to be the keystone in the arch of Eurasia. So Iran as a country projects tremendous power to the north, which of course includes the Caspian and Russia, to the east, which includes the neighboring states in Central Asia, and then China. So the US sees it as a prize as well. So if Iran perseveres and resists, which I believe it will, and I believe it will succeed, Iran will show that this developing world order that's emerging against US unipolarity and hegemony is going to come even without the necessity of nuclear weapons. It will come because of the weight of the US's own aggression. And at the same time, in the reverse, the strength of Iran's technological capabilities, the strength of Iran's revolutionary processes, and the strength of Iran's military doctrine, which have allowed it to endure without the need to go one-to-one with the US conventionally, which they understand that they cannot do. But what they have been able to do is to create the technical capabilities to drag out the US's intervention to a point where it doesn't become successful for them under its own conditions, economically, time-wise, and military doctrine-wise. So I think that Iran has shown the world that there is an alternative path, and that confronting the US is possible if you have a revolutionary ideology, if you have a government structure, if you have a nation state that can really invest in this, and you have a doctrine that allows you to strengthen this effort, then it's possible. The US thought that Iran would be like Venezuela, that they would go in there and have a decapitation strike, kill, martyr, Ayatollah Sayyid, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and that they would get rid of the leadership, they would kill the political and military leaders, and at this point it would be perfect. No problem, there would be regime change. But Iran is not Venezuela. Iran is much different than Venezuela. So in that way, Iran is much closer in terms of what we define as a civilization state to Russia, China, and others than it is to the countries, for example, in Latin America that emerge in the colonial period and emerge in the process of enlightenment. Iran is much older. And in that way, that already has a level of resilience that the US was not expecting it to have. So in the broader sense, when you zoom out, you understand that the US picked on the wrong country at this point. And the US has revealed its soft underbelly. And everyone is watching, not only in Tehran, in Moscow, in Beijing, in Pyongyang, in Ouagadougou, in Burkina Faso. Everybody's watching the US and seeing that, in fact, Iran, with low-cost drones, with a range of missiles, with a range of other tactics, are able to inflict tremendous damage on the global hegemon without requiring or resorting to needing weapons of mass destruction. That in and of itself is a tremendous success. Nobody believed that this was even possible. So I think Iran is already victorious. And in fact, I think that it has become a standard bearer for a new world order that will confront the US, one-to-one, and still be able to defeat them, not conventionally, but certainly asymmetrically.
I mean, when you look at it that way, Mr. Halali, another threat is still very looming, because it is so important to the U.S. administration and also, personally speaking, Donald Trump, that they might be considering using nuclear weapons just to show that the unipolar world order still is existing, and just to send a message to other countries who are emerging, like Russia and China.
There is certainly, I agree with you, the threat and the possibility of a nuclear exchange. There's no doubt about that. I really fear, not from the Americans as much, but certainly from the Zionists, I fear the use of tactical nuclear weapons, that is battlefield nuclear weapons. I fear the use of them to try to achieve military goals that they have not been able to achieve by their relentless bombardment and their other aspects of the war fighting that's going on. And there is a real concern. We know, of course, thanks to the heroic journalism of Seymour Hersh, thanks to insiders, former Mossad agents like Ari Ben Menashe, and of course whistleblowers like Mordechai Vanunu, that not only do the Zionists have a nuclear program, but their nuclear program is advanced, and that they have numerous capabilities. Some of those capabilities include a range of military weaponry and a nuclear arsenal that can be smaller, more compact, and tactical. So if they were to employ that, if they were to use that on the battlefield, not only would it completely transform this conflict, this war, and it would really show the genocidal intent that we have all been saying the Zionists have from the start, that Zionism itself is a genocidal and a racist ideology. It is a fascist ideology. But it would also give Iran the impetus to completely bring down the world economy, to not only choke Hormuz. Iran would destroy all assets in the region. And this Samson doctrine, which the Zionists have, which the Israeli military doctrine includes, actually has at its crux that it's willing to bring down the world. It's willing to bring down the global system if the Zionist entity is threatened. That's the whole idea. Samson in the temple bringing down the columns on himself and on everyone there. So they could destroy the whole world. So these tactical nuclear weapons, the possibility of their usage is a threat, is such an existential threat that it could be catastrophic for humanity. And I think that many are trying to dissuade the Zionists from going to that level. We also have, for example, different reports. I don't know if they're necessarily true or verifiable, but we had, for example, former Colonel McGregor say publicly that Russia has also spoken and back-channeled with the Zionists and said if you go to that level, it will also bring about a response from Moscow. I don't know if that's true, and I don't know if that's a possibility. It is a possibility, I think, if tactical nuclear weapons or major nuclear weapons are used against Iran, and that radiation and their impact then go to Russia and China.
It seems that we have lost Halali. Nahid, back to you. I wanted your thoughts on the same question. The emerging global order is the name of the game here. How other countries are reacting to the U.S. Administration, particularly Donald Trump, showing that they are weak, not as strong, at the very least, not as strong as the countries in the world thought that they are. It seems that we are talking about emerging bloc of countries in the West Asia region and beyond. How do you read that, sir?
Well, after World War II, in the Bretton Woods Conference, it was the United States showcasing its strengths, and the capability to have full control over the global order, politicizing the entire order under the imperialist organizations. And then we had the Cold War era. And now we are in the time that the war between Iran and the United States is the very turning point of the time from Cold War and post-Cold War to the multipolar world order. And as our distinguished guest mentioned, and this is very important to highlight, it's the war between two nuclear powers and the one who has been resisting against having and actually advancing this technology. Not because we have been stopped by anyone. No, that's not the case. If we wanted to, we could have possessed nuclear weapon by now. The reason we don't have it, it's simply because of our direct fatwa from our leader that that's not something that can be tolerated based on how Islam sees the masculine weapons. So we are talking about reshaping the global order, and we are talking about, I would say, the importance, the criticality of the closure of Strait of Hormuz is the opening of the new global order. This is how I see it, because it's not only about 20% or 30% of the energy that is in the hands of Strait of Hormuz, and if we don't allow it, no one can have access to basic energy. But also, more importantly, it's the factor that was not seen before in the global economy. This is the surprise that Iran has had for such a long time, and now we are showing to the world that we have been very patient about the usage of the strategic usage of Strait of Hormuz against the global economy, against the current global order. But now, if you are actually forcing us to bring this factor in our favor, we are doing that. And now it's very interesting because yesterday, last night actually, I was at the Revolution Square of Tehran, and everyone was talking about the Strait of Hormuz. People were happy. They were, whether they had like very accurate information about how the Strait of Hormuz and the transition fee is going to lift the people of Iran in terms of economy. That's one issue, but everyone was like talking about the importance of the Strait of Hormuz and how even Iranians were not really aware of the very important critical role that the Strait of Hormuz can play in everyday life of the very ordinary people of Iran. So, and this is nothing except discussing and seeing a new order internally and internationally for Iran, to see the capacities, to see the alternatives, to see that for many years Iran decided to negotiate and decided to use the diplomacy to actually bring the enemy to this ground that you have to remove the sanctions. And what has happened since the day one of this war, less than 23 days, what the missiles have done to force the enemy to accept the very basic demand of Iran, that you cannot threat our sovereignty, that you cannot initiate another round of aggression against this country, this over 5,000 civilization. And now everyone is saying, let's say even from the very latest, the 2015, the time of JCPOA until now, such a waste of time that Iran had with the enemy, thinking that they have any sort of respect for diplomacy. That they, in less than a couple of months, they betrayed, they bombed the negotiation table. So all these elements together is just showing the very important, I would say, position that Iran has taken in this war and has been holding back for many years. This is also very important. The way they translated Iran's diplomacy was in a way that maybe it's coming from weakness. Maybe they don't have actually the power. So maybe if we attack them, it's over. Mm-hmm. That translation was a great miscalculation. That translation caused them to start this war and now being trapped in a plight that they caused, they created.
We talked about that narrative a lot, Nahid, that Donald Trump, one of the reasons why he started this war, talked about how Iran right now is at its weakest state possible. So it is reasonable for us to attack it and just reach on our objectives. At the same time, Donald Trump said that Iran is an imminent threat to the US, which are very much contradictory. But my question here, Nahid, is let's talk about the way that Donald Trump's strategies and his military's strategies are working right here. Do you think that after the 72-hour point, there was no strategy for the US, and right now you're just dealing with tactics? You're just throwing things at the wall and see what it sticks. So the endgame scenarios, when they are finally realizing that the regime change option is not on the table anymore.
Well, they do say the regime change is not on the agenda anymore, but I think that's the only way for them to think that maybe they can finalize this war and leave. With this kind of panicking language of Donald Trump, he says the regime change has been already underway, and now trying to manipulate the ground and talking about the change of the leadership. So you can see they are contradicting each other, and the very simple message from this is that regime change is out of their hands now, and they're already convinced by the way Iran has responded.
Mr. Hilali, same question to you. With the regime change option not on the table anymore, what tactics do you think the U.S. military is pursuing right now?
Do various tactics to try to encircle and put pressure on Iran. So there's the idea of militarily confronting Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. There's the idea of taking Karga Island, idea of taking the coast of Iran, that is the coast on the Persian Gulf. There is the idea of strikes on critical infrastructure to be able to degrade Iranian resolve and capabilities. But Iran was well prepared for this. And of course, I keep telling people who don't understand that Iran, because it was after the revolution, because it immediately was thrust into a war with Iraq that was imposed by the West on Iran because they were very antagonistic to the revolution and to what Iran had transformed into through its revolutionary processes. Iran decentralized much of its capabilities to ensure that it could be resilient in the face of ongoing aggression. This aggression has been from birth of the revolution. So I think that any military option for the US is going to lead to failure. I think that it will lead to failure because Iran has the military capabilities conventionally and asymmetrically to confront the Americans, and certainly they might be able to achieve some short-term goals. But in the long term, just as in other wars that they've had recently in the neighboring countries of Afghanistan and Iraq, they will not be able to hold territory. They certainly will not be able to nation build as they are thinking and sort of fantasizing about, either with the opposition nor with any sort of imposed structure from outside. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen at all. So I think that there's no military solution. There's one other thing I want to add that I think Nahid was very, very spot on about, which is that not only did people not understand the strength and the power of the Strait of Hormuz and Iran's power projection in that, but if you have been following this, which I have very closely, there has been an effort over the past 2 decades to rename the Persian Gulf as the Arabian Gulf. And this has even impacted our maps. So in the US, people now see maps of the Middle East or of Southwest Asia, and they see Arabian Gulf instead of Persian Gulf. And I want people to know that this war that has now been imposed on Iran has proven that the Gulf is Persian, that the Gulf is not Arabian, and that it is Iran that is the regional hegemon. None of the Gulf countries can project power. None of the Gulf countries can ensure that the Gulf remains outside of the unipolar and hegemonic hands. Only Iran can. And so Iran deserves to maintain the Gulf as its own. So that is a nice way to illustrate the fact that Iran is a regional power and that Iran has already proven itself as more than capable to defend its interests. And it will continue to do so. There is no possibility in my mind of military successes. I just had on, just 2 nights ago, Scott Ritter, who's here in Moscow with me. And what did he say? And he was a major in the Marine Corps. He said, if the Marines land, hypothetically, first of all, how do the Marines get to Karg Island or to the coast of Iran without crossing the Strait of Hormuz or without getting close to Iranian coastal defenses? And say, for example, some make it. How do you then resupply them? How do you have logistics? How do you provide for their ongoing warfighting capabilities? It's not possible. Any scenario at this point will lead to mass deaths. It will lead to destruction of U.S. naval assets and aerial assets, and it will lead to many, many troops being killed. So I cannot foresee, at this point, I cannot foresee any military solution, short-term or long-term, that will be successful. They can carpet bomb Iran if they want to for as long as possible, but that does not mean the government will fall. That does not mean regime change in their minds. It only means actually the strengthening of the resolve of the Iranian people, who themselves endured 8 years of constant bombardment by Saddam Hussein's military. So I just think that people are, especially in the US, are so myopic and so self-propagandized that they believe that everything can be achieved militarily by the US simply because it has more advanced technology or more assets than Iran. Certainly, the US is a bigger military than Iran's military, but Iran now has proportional capabilities to defend its territory and region to an extent that the US did not expect Iran to have such a formidable response. So I think that in this case, as you are asking, there is absolutely no military solution now. Sadly, the US has also closed the door to diplomacy, not once, not twice, 3 times recently, and not to mention other times in the past. The US has spat in the face of international law and diplomacy, and on the first attempt destroyed the JCPOA that was agreed upon under the Obama administration. The Trump first administration ripped it up and withdrew from it unilaterally against the agreement. In the second attempt, last year, there was diplomacy ongoing. They had a strike and they had a war of aggression for 12 days on Iran during diplomatic talks. Again, Iran went to the table, and the third time, now this moment, they launched a surprise attack and a war against Iran during diplomacy. How can you have diplomacy another time when the US shows it doesn't care about diplomacy? The US is not about diplomacy. It is about imposing its own terms on countries, and Iran will not have terms imposed on it.
Mr. Halali, do you think that there is a strategy that the US military is pursuing right now? Because what we are saying and what so many analysts are talking about is that Donald Trump and his administration are just pursuing different tactics. They are throwing things on the wall to see what sticks.
I didn't get the first part
Is there a specific strategy that the US is pursuing?
Is there a specific strategy? Listen, the strategy from the get-go, which is the strategy of the neocons and the hawks and those types, has been regime change. That's been their goal. Their goal has been regime change at any cost. And you've seen them have sort of what we call a shotgun, buckshot strategy. So on one side, they want to use, for example, sectarianism and separatism. They are pursuing different armed groups in the region who have their own aims to maybe balkanize or destroy Iran. They have that option. They have the option of supporting various opposition in the West, including the son of the deposed Shah, including terrorist groups and others. On another side, they are looking at internal fomenting of opposition to the government. So supporting protests, supporting opposition within Iran. And now they have military options. Maybe we can destroy the capabilities of Iran and its military and the Basij and the police and anything that's possible to allow for the conditions of the collapse of the government. In all of these cases, they have failed. They have failed. There's no opposition that even has support within Iran, never mind in the diaspora. There's no possibility of armed groups outside of Iran to even have an impact at this point on the situation. There's no military solution, and there's no internal opposition at this point. In fact, there's been the opposite, a rallying around the flag effect and a real sense of patriotism and support on religious grounds and on nationalist grounds for the government and for the nation against the aggressors. So, in my estimation, there is no proper strategy at this point. The strategy has been, from the beginning, a quick operation, a decapitation, and a quick regime change. That has not come to pass. So now the strategy is being devised on the go, on the fly, as we say. And in that sense, there is no possibility for transforming the situation in America or the Zionist favor at this point. And they understand that. So now they're saying, maybe we need to use overwhelming military force. The US does not even have the military capabilities to achieve those aims. Now, I think the only strategy now is a limited incursion that they could hold some territory in Iran and use it as a bargaining chip. That's why I mentioned they might go for the Strait or they might go for Karg Island. But in both of those cases, they will be a severe and very high cost to the US military if it were to pursue that, and to the regional assets. So I think that there's no proper strategy at this point. They're looking for an exit. What that exit looks like, they don't even know, and you can clearly see that. They're lying from both sides of their mouth to try to prevent the global economic recession, which is looming and already here. It's waiting at the door. And countries are feeling the impact of the Strait of Hormuz and of the economic damage that this has wrought. So I don't think that they have any grand strategy. I don't think that they have people like Kissinger and Brzezinski who have some sort of grand idea for what's going to be done. They're a bunch of cowboys, as I mentioned, and they're just shooting from the hip, and they have no plan or strategy at this point. We know that the Zionists have a strategy. The Zionist strategy is for the greater Israel. That's what they want, and they are trying to pursue that, which is why in Lebanon, we're seeing a displacement and ethnic cleansing larger than the Nakba, south of the Litani River. But in the case of Iran, nobody knows what to do because Iran has proven itself to be by far the most formidable enemy that the U.S. has I think, faced since the end of the Cold War.
Christopher, I'd like to also ask you two questions. One is that how do you see the Russian public opinion, I would say, how they perceiving this war, and what is their position, what is the majority of Russian people now thinking about the U.S. aggression and the Zionist regime aggression against Iran? And also, how do you see the outcome of this war impacting the Russia-Ukraine war? Do you see any sort of dialectic, maybe interaction between these two wars? How do you see it?
Both very, very good questions and pertinent questions, I believe. In the first instance, most Russians support Iran. And actually, there's been massive support across the political spectrum in Russia for Iran. In fact, you have even people who come from maybe pro-monarchist in the sense of Russian monarchy, pro-monarchist, conservative, orthodox views that are very supportive of Iran.
Wow.
We even had a statement from the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, Patriarch Kirill, who gave a very beautiful condolence for the martyrdom of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. So when you look at that, you've seen, for example, across the entire spectrum, from the left wing to the right wing, you've seen a great, tremendous outpouring of support for Iran. And in fact, Russians feel that Iran is also experiencing what Russia is experiencing in Ukraine. So that, again, a hybrid war unleashed on its own people at the achieving of the aims of the West. And so both of them see each other fighting together. There's been a lot of images, memes of Russians and Iranians together.
So the Zionist lobby in Russia has no place, right?
The Zionist lobby has really little power in Russia. Certainly, yes, there are oligarchs who are pro-Zionist, but in fact, in terms of the hardliners in the Kremlin, they are very much pro-Iran over the Zionist entity, absolutely. And you have to look back to the Soviet history where, yes, it's true, the Soviet Union at the beginning supported the state of Israel for the purposes of defeating the British, but shortly thereafter, they supported every Arab country to go after Zionism, and they had massive anti-Zionist campaigns. In fact, they are the ones who helped to push the Zionism is racism UN resolution at the General Assembly. So now, today, contemporary Russia sees the Zionist entity, sees Israel as a force for destabilization, not as a force for good. And the Zionist lobby has very little power in Moscow and in the general public. In fact, there's still very much popular sentiments that they are the ones at the source of a lot of the problems in the region. And they are the ones that are doing the bidding of the US, or vice versa. They are the ones pulling the US. It depends who you ask. But I've seen, for example, videos on Russian social media where people are drinking and toasting to Iran's victory over the US, because they also are experiencing this type of situation, this hybrid war against them. US supplied weapons are killing children and killing civilians in the Donbass, in Kursk, in Bryansk, in Belgorod, and in other parts of the Russian Federation and new territories. So Russians themselves who are patriotic and who have a sense of loving of their country and really desire a new world order, they see this situation as their own, because they are also experiencing now since 2014 US armed and supplied and intelligence provided to the Ukrainian regime to kill Russians. So they understand that. They know what's going on. Now, there's a lot of sentiment here that I think is very important. But you asked another question which I think is so critical, which is the connection between what's happening in Iran and what's happening in Ukraine. These two wars are part of the same process. That is the ongoing process of reshaping the world order. So the expansion of NATO, which included Ukraine and includes other countries like Georgia in the Caucasus, is so important because it has been part of the project for the US. It's been a project of the new American century. It's been a project of increasing and deepening US hegemony. It's been a project of surrounding and containing Russia. And that is connected also with Iran because they've tried to surround and contain Iran. They've tried to foment a situation and chaos to try to destroy Iran, to try to take it, to try to dislodge this anti-systemic power that exists in Eurasia. And in both cases, Russia and Iran are major powers that the US sees as, not only adversaries. We've seen language of axis of evil again. They see them. They're now using the language of Russia, China, Iran as the three pillars of global instability. So that's to show you that two of these countries now are experiencing war unleashed by the West. So we have to understand both wars as very much connected, as very much part of the same process. And that is the process of maintaining US hegemony and unipolarity. And the resistance of Russia and Iran is the beginnings of transforming that hegemonic power and that unipolarity into something much more democratic and equal on the global stage, much more multipolar, as we're saying, or polycentric. So I think that when you look at it in that vantage point, you see a complete transformation of the world system being now achieved by these two countries on and off the battlefield.
Mr. Halali, do you also see the chance of a bigger coalition in these two wars, which you said are very connected, a bigger coalition against Iran and Russia?
Certainly, I think that in diplomacy, these two countries maintain the global majority. If we speak about the global south, and I like to use the term also global majority here because it is in fact the global majority, they are on the side of Iran and Russia. The question is whether that diplomatic capital can transform into something much more, for example, military or in some way an economic bloc. We know that the economic bloc is emerging. For example, people were absolutely shocked that Iran said certainly ships can pass. We don't close the Strait of Hormuz to our friends or to people who want to do business so long as they're not the enemy countries and the aggressors. But you need to pay us in Chinese yuan, in RMB, which I thought was so interesting and fascinating because there's been a lot of talk about the petrodollar and the power of the petrodollar. So simply by one action, it has proven that we are moving into a new stage. So on one side, we have diplomacy. On another side, we have the BRICS, the growing economic partnerships. We have the Belt and Road. We have so many other economic initiatives that are integrating the global majority to try to go against the financial institutions and the reign of the US dollar at the global market, on the global economy. And so Iran, by taking yuan, has proven itself not only capable, but as one of the formidable powers to bring about a transformation in the global economy. And that's already being talked about by many economists and pundits and intellectuals who are looking at this with great surprise, that in fact, Iran is not only showing its economic resilience, but that in fact the Chinese and Iranian partnership is much deeper than people had expected it to be. In terms of, for example, military, there has been an exchange of intelligence and information and equipment, no doubt about it. But Iran also can maintain its own position with its own military, just the same as Russia has been able to do. Now, Russia has allowed for North Korean DPRK troops to come and to help protect its territory in Kursk. That has happened, and the Korean soldiers have been heroic. I've met some of them on the battlefield in Kursk. So yes, there has been some integration at that level, in the military level. But many of these countries are powerful enough to confront the US because as your enemy is falling, let them fall on their own weight. You don't need to necessarily have a massive block of countries like the Warsaw Pact to defeat the US. The US can defeat itself simply because it has so much hubris that it falls eventually into its own traps. And I think that that is what Iran is showing. That's what Russia is showing in the special military operation. And I think that these countries, their growing political, economic, military cooperation will eventually transform the world system. It's not going to be a quick process, but it's already happening, and it's in the process. And over the next years and decades, we will see a complete transformation, I believe, in the global system.
And before we wrap up this section, I wanted your final thoughts and the endgame scenarios of this war.
Listen, Iran has already won this war, and